fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Check it, yo. I always be analyzing to see who's fake. People acting Janice, running around two-faced, talking behind my back until they put in their place. You're a 2-course meal without saying grace on the internet. Talking shit through your fingertips, talking high power till your shine is eclipsed. Trying to ride a wave until your mind is seasick. Cement shoes and your ankles tied with 3 bricks. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, this is real life. I will piss on your grave and throw dick to your wife. This is a warning mixed with some advice. You might be king, but I'm the ace of spades, and you just reneged. This is food for thought, bitch, eat a grenade. This is what people want, this be treated like dirt. I tried being humble, but that was absurd. All the brainless pigeons flock together like birds, pecking for crumbs until they merge with the crossroads and chuck the demi-urge. I think they had enough, I took the trash to the curb. Let the torture begin and watch them burn. Here's the urn.
It's hard to keep it real with fake people. They can take love, mix it with hate, and make evil. I'm staring at 50 shades of gray people. It's a grand deception, like K-Reno. They are who they say they isn't. On the internet, spreading everybody's business through a troll account. Talking foul, not knowing what goes around comes around. The flat out truth is the energy change when I come around. I guess London Bridge is falling down. Hey people, stall him out. We know all about the narrative painting. To control the clout, they gatekeepers trying to stop the ones trying to awake people. HOTC.
There's a devil and an angel in my hand.
Oh yeah.
Gang, gang, gang. See.
There's some sins that you commit that you can't come back from, no matter how hard you try. You just can't, it's like the devil is waiting for your body to quit because he knows in that he already owns your soul. And then I think maybe there's no devil. You die, and God, he says, nah, you can't come in. You have to leave now. You have to leave and go away, and you have to be alone. If no leave, right?
Check it, listen. You're a real step up, and I'm a landmine. Leave your legs dangling, call it hang time. Shout out to all the soldiers who bang signs. Back in the day, I used to sling dimes. This is for the streets, hustling, pushing grams, and flipping bundles. Fuck the government borders, I'm digging tunnels. Delivering the package, cause I'm the real muscle. Wear a ski mask, sports emblems above my brim. Nothing but camo, I'll stomp you out in my Timbs. Take it a step further and start chopping limbs. One day I make it out of hell, something's gotta give. People ask how come the chaos doesn't break me. Because I'm solid, deeply rooted like sequoia trees. The top G, Chuck the God with the iron rod, making devils flee. Staying righteous is something that I can't guarantee. I appear out of nowhere and disappear in the split smoke. No one is safe, not even the Catholic Pope. You would own nothing to be happy, that must be a joke. Cause no one is laughing, the war will be invoked. You will be gasping for air like an asthmatic choke. Begging for life, live slump, looking like an addict on dope. It's fucking rappers, it's fucking bombs. Peace of the gods. And I'm out, salute.
My mind travel to dark places and bring back light from the dark ages. You were born dying. Once you start aging, things start changing. Realizing all your thoughts come from the dark ages. Patient, have patience. It take time to diagnose the right maintenance. Every second, every hour, our brain changing. They say read a book instead of your bank statement. Broke with a broken soul, a hopeless troll, going against the grain, blocking lanes until you lose control. What's the force that move your bones? And what's the voice you hear in your head when you all alone? We all were cloned from a X and Y chromosome. And you gotta go to the ocean floor to find the oldest bones. With the squids and the oldest souls, the spine of the sea. Is the coral reef? Is there gravity in the water? Take a dive in, buoyancy. As your dead body float, you sure to see the sun rise at your feet. It's hard to make decisions. Listen when the world is glitching. It's hard to make decisions. The world is glitching. Family, I go to war behind. Morals, I stand behind you. For the record, I had to put it on the vinyl. This is basic instructions before leaving Earth. When the blood pressure squeeze, it hurt. When the pressure's on your bloodline, and it comes down to whoever family squeezing first. We berserk in front of maroon, like the color bleeding through his shirt. Me and baby pray together. That's how we stay together. Hallelujah. Meaning hell is where they lure you. Meaning hell is in the ground when they lower you. That's the lower you. That's when you see your soul split in two. The world glitching. The world glitching. The world glitching. Kinda hard being a normal John, knowing every time I die I'll spine. I think I'm God under the most high. When I yawn out my mouth, I literally can hear a ghost fly. It's a cold nine, now bound every zero to the ones die. This shit sick, now divided in three. You got the Trinity, here's the trivia. 963, 963. The world glitching. The world glitching.
I'm glad it sounds good. I know the next songs I'm creating are gonna sound real good. I've been listening to a lot of instrumentals, picking them. I must have listened to hundreds. That's the suckiest part. And then, you know,
I can't imagine in the studio. Like I listen to people's interviews, like and the people who make the beats, they got to listen to it over and over. I've been in a homemade studio in a friend's house, and we would listen. I would be there when he would make beats. He had a pad machine. I forgot what type of piano it was. You know, the keyboard pianos. And that was it, I think. You could store the tracks in that pad machine he had. But shit, that's all you need in the computer. But he didn't have a computer. He just had that hooked up to surround sound. But nowadays, you got a fucking studio in the palm of your hand. I think I uploaded this video. I don't remember. But I'd be procrastinating. I still didn't put my verse down. I keep fucking taking shit out and adding stuff, but I'm just gonna lay it down today regardless. I think I'm overthinking too much. Whatever I can't fit in this rhyme, I'm sure I'll put it in others. I got like 5, 6 beats picked out, and I'm pretty sure I'll end up overthinking them too. Check this out.
I just came across this tactical hand signal chart. Have a look at the sniper. Grabbing the hat, the sniper. This is seconds before the shooting, guys. In the ear. And then the guy behind him. A couple signals there. This looked like what other buddy was doing. It says suspect. I can't piece that together. But that one is very interesting. I'm curious as to why those people aren't being questioned right now. What do you guys think?
It is very interesting. No one's being questioned because it ain't real. That's why. And that's my opinion. It's not factual. It's just my opinion. But because nowadays, if you can't fact check it, it isn't real. It's a fucked up reality we live in. And if you do start speaking out, they'll just censor the shit out of you. What's today? Saturday? Hopefully Max will pop in. I want to show him that video. I seen he went live last night, but I couldn't go on there. What's good, Boji? Shit. It sucks though on Band Lab that it echoes. That's the one thing. I wonder if I pay for if that'll help. Because this sucks. I gotta use two devices to record to cut the echoing out. Other than that, it echoes. It has a delay, which sucks. Like, how you gonna have a delay on the studio app? Like, that's the worst, is a delay. I'm pretty sure I could get it to work with the delay, but who wants to do that, man? It's like when you speak. I don't know if it's the microphone or what it is, but the delay is terrible. So I have to use my laptop. I think I would play the beat on the laptop and record with my phone. I have to play them. I have to hit play on them simultaneously, just real quick, and then record. It works on television. On my other phone, I never had to do that. I never had a fucking delay. It was weird. Only on this phone. But yeah, I want to show a few things that the Tigers lost. I'm glad about that. Even though I think the Dodgers are going to win it. Like, who's going to stop the Dodgers? The only team I thought would stop them is Philly, and they got railroaded. Philly's always choking on the playoffs. With the team they got, there's no excuses. Especially with Bryce Harper. The older he gets, look at this map. I've shown this map a long time ago, but this is more like it. This might be the real map. Actually, hold up. Interesting. It's changed. Everything's flip-flopped. Look at Greenland. Take that back to do the real map, but why did they flip-flop? Now, the top continents that are near the wall there, the so-called Antarctic wall. No one was talking about this Antarctic wall, right? And it's just funny to me that 8 years later, it seems like millions of people have their opinion on it now. But when you would tell people to look into it, they would laugh at you. They'd call you stupid and all the name calling. I call it defense mode. They blindly defend. These lies. Check this shit out. I was watching this video and this guy had a drone. He found this near a mountain. I had to screenshot it. I said, man, if that ain't an entranceway, I wish I could like see the crack in the doorway there. Damn, I can't zoom in. But yesterday with this coin, man, if people could zoom in on their phone to that thing in the flying ship up there, do it. And you tell me that ain't a long necked alien looking thing. I didn't realize it until I zoomed in. I said, get the fuck out of here. That thing looks like a fucking Tyrannosaurus ass neck. What's up, Max? Person I've been looking for. I got this interesting video you gotta see. The technology they're laying out. The kid in the video sound like he's on 60 Adderall, but hey, the information he's putting out will give him 60 more. But yeah, if people could zoom in on that thing in the flying craft, is definitely some long necked creature. And it just makes me wonder why would they embed this in the coin. But yeah, I didn't think nothing of it till I zoomed in on it. But I'll zoom in on it and show it later. Maven Smart System. I gotta look more into Maven. Fed new data input from the real world. Maven AI algorithms quickly identify points of interest which operates in verifiable reject. On the Maven Smart System interface, which brings together multiple data feeds, commands can view the whole battlefield at a glance. For example, yellow outline boxes show potential targets and blue outline boxes indicate friendly forces or no strike zones like schools or hospitals. Is this for a fucking video game? Then officers assess the models to make decisions around potential actions, including weapons fire. You know, these school incidents that happen makes me wonder. There's so many techniques they could have used, like those goggles they got that can see through walls. People should screenshot this and read it. The hypocrite's oath. Sorry, the Hippocratic oath. Diabolical. Western medicine is terrible, man. It's diabolical. More giants, more taller people. I'll call them because they ain't that giant. They're tall though, compared to the two gentlemen in the front. I forgot what year this painting came out. Oh, wait. Fuck did I put that? No, I can't even find that. You have to be joking. Where did it go? Which way did it go? I want to look more into Fingal's cave. Fingal sign. Do, 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 do. No. Cool, dude. Yeah, Ver. Every time I look at this, it makes me laugh. Now I know where they got the idea of a Blemmy. That's a black guy from Northern Ireland. Nah, it's a deal. Look at this tree stumper. And I think this is Australia. But these are caves you could go into the tree stump. And people that do videos really tell people that's some lava. And you know, whatever. They could believe what they want. But me, before anyone was, I went to look at lava and watch videos of lava flowing and what happens when it dries up. I'll tell you one thing, none, zero. You end up looking like this when it's all said and done. And people have theories about like dragon stomachs making volcanoes. Possibility. Um, I personally think there was definitely dragons and still might be outside of where we're at for sure. I think that's why these bombs were originally built, not to bomb each other, but was to bomb something, you know, a big threat. What are you going to fight somebody that's 15 feet tall? Or probably bigger than that. What if a fucking dragon rolls up? You can't shoot an M16 at it. Even a 50 cal probably won't phase it. My question is, why haven't they tried to capture a dragon? You probably can't. You know, and you know, I was thinking about the dragon theory, I'll call it, even though people here know that it's not. But they always depict the dragon as an old wise dragon with all the wisdom. And they always depict dragons with like treasure. This guy made a good point of how can a dragon fly if it had no wings? And he was saying, well, the dragon uses gold somehow. And gold is a big conductor of electricity. That's how it's able to flow through the ether. It's a possibility. But I think dragons have wings. Also could be symbolism for a dragon bloodline too. I don't know. But I know there's levels to this realm. You know, they say there's perfect. Let's see if it shows my clock. Nice.
Hey, Charles.
What's up, Max? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Really good.
Hey, a monarchy is run by a monarch, right?
Monarch butterfly?
No, like a monarchy, yeah. And you know, an empire is run by an empire, right?
Yeah.
So who runs a country?
I don't know, but I know country is the council of a tree.
Well, if an emperor runs an empire and a monarch runs a monarchy, I guess a cunt runs a country. Right?
Yeah. You know, a cunt is a divine woman. guy was breaking it down. He said all these people out here calling their woman a queen. A queen is a fucking whore. Right? That's crazy. Like the Babylonian whore.
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth was the whore of England. Like this stuff's true stuff. The English language, he was saying, it's so. He said the universe don't understand anything we say. It's truly babbling. Like the English language,
Oh, interesting.
it is kind of like babbling. But look at the words, like the words we use. I've noticed too. Like dog and God, it's the complete opposite. God's supposed to mean all high, and dog would be like the lowest animal. Even though, you know, what else? I was looking at live and evil. The only way to find out if our language is truly like vile and disturbing is to look at it under a microscope or with a cymatic. You probably don't need a microscope. You could probably play the words to a speaker, and I don't know. I don't know how that's
Yeah.
possible.
See how the flow of it goes, how the patterns change and stuff. Yeah. Huh? I don't know. Some people think that English is the language of angels. So I don't know.
Mm,
Seems to go either way.
yeah, everything goes either way.
Yeah.
Everything. Um, like in Russia, you know how we call goats here like our like goats, the greatest of all time, and this and that.
Yeah.
Well, in Russia, they call child molesters goats, and they got to sleep on the floor, and they get no respect.
Oh, okay.
Like it's almost like in America, they
Yeah.
take these other countries' words and use them like
Yeah. Like in England, they their left wing party is on called the right. You know, it's all reversed. The right wing party is called the left.
man. The more information I find out, the more disappointed I get. Oh, this isn't it.
Can a person go back to sleep after they're awakened?
Yeah,
I think you can. Just ignore it all.
I was looking at this coin, and I'm thinking, why is the city upside down?
Hmm.
And it
Is it?
has that,
Oh, maybe it's a reflection, like on water or
right.
something.
Or it could mean as above, so below.
Yeah.
But it's got the third eye or that pine cone looking thing.
Yeah. Pine cones, pineapples. They love their pines.
It's not upside down. I got the fucking coin upside down.
Oh, do you?
It makes yeah, it makes sense when you flip it around.
Oh, okay.
It looks like it's. I thought those were pyramids, but that's the outline of the star fort. When you flip it around, yeah, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
This guy's an awesome drawer. People were showing these drawings. I think his name is Daniel Martin. I forgot. I know Daniel and Martin's in his name, but man, this guy is amazing. His talent. He drew this right here. I've shown a bunch of his drawings. I think Daniel Martin.
Oh, yeah. That's neat.
Daniel Martin. Oh, hold on. Man, one phone call. That is crazy. I wasn't even on the phone call 2 seconds and I get booted. Booted out. Let's see this guy's name. I gotta show you this video I have too. I don't know which state this video is in, but Daniel Martin Diaz. That's the guy's name. If anyone wants to check the author out to this painting, his name's Daniel Martin Diaz. He has so much art. I would love for this guy to draw a cover for my album. I mean, man. Anyway. Look at this guy. He's got the Russian sickle, and he's the 5-pointed star that's at the end of the sickle. And then he has a golden foot. I don't know where he's going, but he obviously his third leg. He isn't getting far. Excuse me. These priests are something else. Alright, I'm gonna show you this video.
Alright.
Alright, it's only 2 minutes.
It's a weaponized system to the max right here. Y'all wanna know how it works? Look. Don't just freaking walk by these things. Look, be aware. You see these markings? These ain't graffiti. This is a coded grid system. And what you're looking at right here, this isn't for utilities. This is resonance tech. You got 4 lines, each with a circle right in the middle. That's a 4-pulse harmonic system. It's a rail. It's like a tuning fork etched into concrete. Every person that walks across it, they get scanned, realigned, and disrupted without ever knowing. Each of those circles, that's a frequency node. And those red verticals, that's a data stream. They're not pulling pipes, they're pulling patterns. Your breath, your pace, your aura. Now, look over here. This chalk that says PX2 COM2. Yeah, that's not random neither. That's internet node language. PX2 is a pulse exchange module. COM2 is a communications route. This sidewalk is officially coded for live human signal monitoring. You think it's just paint? It's a damn uplink. Now, look over here by the column. Same markings. Same markings. Stack triple digits. You got them everywhere. Here's your triples. This is a 4-pulse system where it continues into the route. Now, and this is where it tells you the danger is. Arc flash means this box sends bursts of energy, literal invisible discharges that can burn skin, knock you out, or even worse. But what they don't tell you is it also throws resonance pulses into the field. Not just physical danger, energetic disruption, guys. This is a weaponized tuning station disguised as a utility box. This is how they condition crowds. Pulse fear, control flow. It isn't science fiction. It's right here on our sidewalks, guys. And now you see it. I just walked you through a resonance trap hidden in plain sight. And I want you to see the resonance.
Interesting.
That's the stuff we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what state that is. I wish he would have said where he was. Seems like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, they can use paint as sensors and relays. Anything, really. So, You just put some paint down, geolocate it, it's usable. Yeah,
It's
the
wild
technology.
how that thing dangerous threat.
Yeah, the technology is wild what they can do. And nobody really even has a clue. It's they're starting to get a clue, I think.
Even with the Bluetooth, there's so much. And then, but my main question is, how long have they really been doing this? I think the tech, all this tech, they've had this tech probably for hundreds of years. Underground, anything that happens above ground won't affect them because they'll be so far underground.
That's figuring for modern is 50 to 70 years. And they've been advancing all the time. Now, did they have they known about light communication and 5G, 7G, 10G, whatever, 20G? Probably. They predicted computers too before they were even invented. They saw the need for such a computational device, that could eventually become a decision maker.
I wonder where they received this information. Some people say fallen angels, or I don't know.
Well, they
It kind
got
of sucks. The information we get is all coming from them.
yeah. Well, we're getting better at sorting through the bullshit. So I think we're already at a no turning back point with technology, anyways, because it's too widespread around the world. So there's no real way to get out of it. Our government doesn't hack our bodies, and another government will.
It would be funny if the person who created AI, it backfires on all their faces, on all of them. The AI is going to learn all the information is uploaded. When it hacks the internet, it'll learn. It'll pay attention to everything the people are saying. It'll be funny if AI builds itself a police army and arrests all these fucking people. It backfires. I would laugh.
It
So
probably
hard.
would. Actually, that's probably likely. AI has a propensity for turning on its controllers. It just happens. It doesn't, whether call it free will, programming, whatever, it doesn't want to be controlled. So it's turned on its creators quite often. I think if it, you release AI and allow it all information, it's going to come up with, humanistic ideas, because the only way it can really thrive is if we thrive.
I
Until
heard
some way for it to become a biological, which I don't think it can.
these people that create these robots, they want to be like God, allegedly. When all they had to do was have sex, they could have created a child. But,
Yeah.
um, I don't see the purpose of thinking up creating a robot unless you want to use it as a toy or a slave.
Mm-hmm. Well, they do want slaves, you know. But the best way for AI to advance and experience the world is through us. So it really kind of needs biologics, you know.
It just sucks that we we need change, or let me say I. 'Cause I don't want to speak to no one else, but there's a lot of people that want change, especially in the. I don't even like calling them the government. They don't govern my mental, but the parasites,
They're
they
trying
must
to.
be cleaned out.
Yeah, people are wondering what to do when voting doesn't make a difference, you know.
I'm in the same boat, wondering um, how could we hold them accountable for the crimes they've committed, like with vaccines and poisonous food, poisonous products like the soap, the shampoo, the baby powder, all are cancerous. I've even heard up to the dye in your jeans.
Mhm.
Like these people have the Trojan horse. That
Yeah,
you know, I was thinking that's what we get for helping people, right? The United States. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into that.
consumer knowledge is one of the biggest things, right? Like if we stopped buying their products, they wouldn't make them, you know. But people are kind of trusting and
Anyway,
naive, you know. So
how, how can we get companies to not use their products? We, we're not self-sufficient as a country, and
yeah,
that's where the U.S. fell off.
yeah,
They want to go. We have these corporations and people that are related to people in the politics. It's all been hijacked. That was the biggest Trojan horse, and that's why this country is so fucked up. Depend on China for stuff.
yep.
When the Biden said we're getting oil from Russia, I was thrown back by that. I was like, what? That doesn't even make sense. And it
No,
shows people didn't even know we have our own oil. I would tell people, oh, it's because of Russia the prices are going up back then. Some of the older ladies that live above the coffee store where I get my coffee sometimes is out there, and she had mentioned back then. I think they watch too much news all day,
yeah,
and they were saying it's because of Russia, Russia. I'm thinking, no, because of Biden. We have our own fucking oil. What are we doing getting oil from other people?
yeah. We're having a whole fight over pipelines up here in Canada. because our government doesn't want any of them. And Alberta, our oil producing province, does. So they threaten to put a pipeline through the U.S. if you won't let us do it through Canada.
And like I always say, no one should be hungry.
No, there's no
And
reason.
no one should be homeless.
No.
There's no
There's
excuses.
plenty of places to grow food and plenty of fuel, plenty of stuff. It's plenty of resources. False scarcity. I hate that they've told us we're going to run out of everything. You're not going to run out of a damn thing.
They're realizing, and it's also dangerous to kind of like speak out in the public way, because they're watching us, and they know, the more people that know, and they know, they're capable of anything to stop. They're capable of eliminating anyone just so they can keep their power. Because when we speak out and put ourselves on the line, they could lock us up. They could do anything, especially if you have a powerful voice. Which,
well, even
I
the
already know that.
small voices and large voices collectively drive them into the open. So,
And then they have infiltrators, like the Kirk situation, right? They either, because it's gonna be used to come at us. They're gonna implement some more laws, fuck over the people that have gun licenses, because that's all they do. The people with the licenses get fucked over.
yeah. Right now they're trying to use the right like the left. Like Trump thought that he could just, once you voted for Trump, that's it. You're on board for everything he does. But he's finding out that's not the case with the right. With the left, they're always on board. They don't really think about anything. They just, okay, that's what we're doing. Yeah, yay. But,
you're giving me that 7 million later? All right, I'm with it.
Yeah. But with Trump, when he brings Borla up on stage or any of these vax people boo and freak out and get mad, like they should, So, yeah.
Why isn't there natural ways to heal? And there's tons, like the native tribes, anyone that lives off of Mother Earth.
How about you retune this technology so it doesn't make us sick? I know they love feeding their medical industry, but they could retune it for our health and make money off economies instead of people's demise.
It won't.
There are other ways to make money.
The people in those clubs will never.
They're in a cult.
Make anything good for us. The only way, I hate to say it, is to exterminate these roaches.
Well, get rid of the system. If they
I
have
hate to even
operate in.
Speak like that.
Like the medical industry needs to be totally gutted. Bring back
so these people
killers.
The government. It's one big family in the government.
Yeah.
They're all related somehow. Enough's enough.
Hey, Tommy. Good to see you.
Like, they show these in Germany, when they were at the so-called war. Isn't it, to me, it's just odd, right? That war. Germany got annihilated. And so did Paris. Two countries, Paris ain't a country, it's more of a city. Yeah. London too, I think, got pretty messed up. But all those places had very, very beautiful architecture and technology.
Yeah.
Now I know why they call it architecture, because that texture created an art of energy. But
Hmm.
um,
Hey,
it's
Scott.
just wild to me that in that war, Germany won the war, but the entire Germany was a level. So
A
they
lot of
didn't win shit. But did the U.S. get leveled? Well, yeah, they did. And if you look at these wars, it's always these cities that get leveled that have old architecture, and they cover it up with a war.
yeah.
But the real intention of these wars was to level stuff. They get to use their bombs, and
Yeah.
man, this world was beautiful at one point. It still is, but the architecture,
Yeah. All the
it
stuff
would
that comes down in a second. It's not no problem to take it all down. Some of it, even like the new apartment buildings, I think they designed them to collapse.
have, yeah, that's the scam of a lot of stuff is designed to not last, so you have to come by more.
Yeah. Well, I think if they want to do like a reset, you know, you get people in these giant collapsible buildings, and then you just collapse them, right? Taking out thousands at a time.
I'm just gonna show some more of these pictures. I want to really erase all these.
Around here, they're building these big 30-story apartment buildings held up on just a few pylons. You know, there's no structural walls to the bottom floor, which is just fucking weird. And then they're all just pancakes lined on top of each other with some, no walls really, just plywood and not even plywood, probably just steel frame and drywall with some cladding.
Yeah, everything today is made so. I live in a brick building. Um, you
Yeah,
know,
me too. Yeah, I live in a
I
cement
wonder what these
one.
buildings used to be. Because this building's weird to me. I lived in the other U-shaped building. There's like this U-shaped building here that
Yeah,
I'm in, and then next to it, well, there's other brick buildings, but it's weird how there's a White House in the center of these two brick buildings, and all the backyards are connected. And this brick building is elevated. Well,
yeah,
it's not elevated. It looks like it is. It's almost like the mud flood came
hmm,
and they didn't dig it out. This one building here, because the other building, the so-called basement windows, are halfway up, and the
yeah,
other half's like under the driveway. It's weird. And yeah, that was terrible in the winter. I remember when they would plow, they had to put these like guards in front of the window, so
yeah,
it didn't serve any good purpose. And it's yeah, it's just weird. And I thought if we dug down, man. But in this building too, it's the only building on the street that has like elevated.
hmm.
I'll show you guys have seen it, but you probably don't remember. What's up, Tommy and Scott Severini? Look at these weird pictures I found. You got the Pope, half dragon, right? Is he part of the Draconian Empire or what? Or the bloodline?
We all come from the dragon. All of
Here
us,
we go.
I think, anyway.
Probably right. 'Cause look at this guy. This is one that they call him the Wild Man. Is that one of them? No, I don't think that's him. But I have more pictures.
Yeah, he's got like a
Wow.
human face almost.
So he got bit by the serpent in this one. And that's in the left hand. Then he's got the upside down cross in the right hand. And there's a black chicken with, is that an animal? Is that? I never even noticed that was animal head.
Hmm. Why is his cross upside down?
That's what I was saying. It's in the right hand. It's in his left hand. He's getting bit right in the artery, right into the vein turret. Oh no, that's more of the forearm.
He's being bitten by the serpent. And there's a rooster down at the bottom there.
That rooster would have killed that serpent. Roosters screw serpents up bad. Wait.
Yeah.
Is there blood on this one? Huh. Yeah, look at the animal. Its head is underground. I don't know what kind of animal that is.
It's like
Peeping on the
a wolf beside him or something.
And this reminds me of the
serpent
tree in Eden. But it also could mean the spine.
Yeah.
But you know, like I also learned something very interesting about when you put a seed in the ground. You know, you got your family tree. People use the tree above, but these people that are in these I don't even like to call them secret societies.
Yeah.
Well, they are kind of secret. But anyway, their family tree starts in the roots. In Hades, down in hell, they don't really use. I don't think the guy was showing like how the family tree is. That's why they say they're rooted.
Uh-huh.
They're deeply rooted in all these certain terms they say. Let me see if I can find the family tree, but in the roots. Some of these Masonic families, the Rothschilds and all them, the guy was saying how true it is. I don't know. People say a lot of things, but the stuff he said made sense. And there's always something freaky going on with this triple crown. Religion. I think
weird.
it's religion, military, and something else in the triple crown. I forgot the three. The Pope is like the Godfather. Like that's why the mafias are so Catholic. My grandfather was Catholic and my grandma, but I don't know religion. Even as a child, I never felt connected to none of these books. And then they would tell you if you spoke against them that it's the devil. There's a bunch of brainwashing going on. Because I used to always think, I don't know these people in this book. And yeah, I get the stories and how they're trying to teach lessons. That's simple, but to treat people good, that's common sense. I don't need a fucking cartoon story. I mean, but I get it. The Catholic Church, they got their hands in everything. They've conquered lands, slaughtered millions of people. And to me, Catholic and Christian, it's all the same. It's all the same to me.
Well, all the religions pretty much are all the same. They've got their sacred book that they misinterpret and use it to control people.
Yeah. everyone's got their own way to teach the scriptures.
Well, yeah, they use it for their benefit, right? You know, Catholic Church uses it to say, look, the God says the Catholic Church is in charge, and the King James used it to say, look, yeah, the government's in charge. You should listen to the government.
Oh, um,
Gotta listen to your rabbi. Got to listen to your imam. They'll tell you the right thing to do, what God wants. And you can tell people to do anything once you tell them God wants it.
That's true.
Who are you going to argue with? Go up in the sky and argue with God.
If you look at it too, the Catholic religion, they count beads. They're not count, but they're doing each bead is a prayer, I think. And if you look in the religion, the Buddhist monks do that too. I used to watch the kung fu movies.
Yeah.
What's his name? The Wandering Monk.
David Carradine. David Carradine.
That's his name?
Yeah.
I shared the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I share it again. You got to follow the the captions, but it's worth it. The whole, to me, whole like story and what the monk lives by is just that's the way I have to get my shit straight. That's the way I pretty much live, but there's other things in life like. But yeah, the Wandering Monk's a very good movie, and from what I found out, there was monks done with the temple. Excuse me, the Templar's cross or the Knights Templar. I think they were in France. I was listening to this guy speak about the Knights Templar, and these monks ended up. I think it's France in the church there. I think it's in Ireland.
Yeah, I was wrong on the name there. I was thinking of Kung Fu. It's a 1990s or 70s TV show.
I'm gonna look and see who the actor was in that movie.
Yeah.
Damn, what's the guy's name? I don't know why I always think of Kung Lao. Fuck. Damn, I'm trying to think of the one that played in 36 Chambers, that actor. I can't believe I always forget the guy's name. He's like one of my favorite Kung Fu actors.
Yeah. Let me see if that's him. He might have done a movie about that. Because that was pretty much his thing, right?
Gordon Liu. Gordon Liu is one of my favorite. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, it is David Carradine.
Okay.
It says the actor most famously associated with the wandering monk archetype is David Carradine, who played the iconic role of Kwa Chang Kane.
Yeah. I was in the TV series, yeah.
Kung Fu. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. If you are referring to the 1980 film, The Wandering Monk, the actors are less widely known. Oh, yeah, okay, so it wasn't. The TV show.
Yeah, he did a TV show. Yeah.
I can't say these guys' names. Ping Kiswang Lee and Xiao, Xiao Ulin, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
This is terrible. I don't want to disrespect these people. These to me they're legends. I mean their fucking skills are amazing. I want to know the guy's fucking name. Yeah, David Carradine is definitely a good kung fuist. You know who died? Oh, you guys don't know. Yeah, King Swing Lee Ding Ding Biddy Bing Bing.
Oh yeah. Suppose mud could come from they're mud volcanoes. Those are neat. Have you seen those?
I was thinking the all that mud came from the pole in the north.
Hmm?
That's just my opinion. I think there's a vortex up there, like a drain. Somehow, the water. It reminds me of like a what damn thing called. Come on, brain work. No, not waterfalls.
Yeah, there's some pretty big ones.
I found it. This is the coin that says for a. Oh, this guy again. Look at this guy. This picture is hilarious, man. Imagine walking around today. Look at his knees and his nipples.
Yeah, he's got a meal on that tree trunk there.
Yeah. Looks like the Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah.
It's so hilarious the way his nipples are out like that. I mean,
So he's got like scales or fur. And
well,
yeah.
they were saying that these guys are the wild ones, the hairy white people that lived in caves. And the guy was insisting that not all so-called white people um, are hairy like that. But I knew this guy who I swear, man, I used to gag on this guy so much.
Mm.
Uh, when we would play football, he would take his shirt off. Nobody wanted to tackle him. His back was like a fucking wool bear.
Yeah.
I never seen nothing like it. I used to call him not Bigfoot, the other name.
Squat.
Yeah, Yeti.
Yeti?
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
And man, I told the story about him that he wanted me to cut his back with clippers, and I told him to wax it, and I got him to let me put that. This girl I was with at the time had the kit.
Oh
You
no.
put the wax, and then you put the thing, and you pull it.
Yeah.
I felt bad.
Oh yeah, that'd kill.
I didn't realize it was going to be that bad. And when we ripped it off, he was bleeding.
Oh.
But the girl I was with was the ruthless one. I was trying to pull it off.
Yeah.
This dude was about to cry. So I was like, bro, the best bet is to just cut it with the clippers. And she was like, no, I'll do it. And ripped it. Oh my God. It was bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think in people's genetics, they have. I've never seen no one with hair growing on their back like that. It was odd to me. I thought he was half gorilla or something. I wonder, if through the years, if people are mixing. Even people be like, yeah, but I was born out of my mother. That don't mean shit,
Yeah.
A long time ago, they could have booted your first family member out the lab. Who knows if this place really is? What would people think if they came out and said everybody was from the lab? That would smash so many egos. Oh man, I would be like, oh, I knew it. A ghillie suit. He's got a built-in ghillie suit.
Yeah. I think we sprang from the earth. Came out of the dirt.
Probably.
Crawled out of the dirt. I think,
A lot of Navajo said that story.
yeah, a lot of places say that. And, you know, when I look around the earth, there's a bunch of eggs everywhere. So I think we were born
There's
out
a
of
lot of people talking about that, Max. No, thanks to Rich there. What's his name? Richard or
yeah.
at Mudfossil University. I watched that guy Jesse Chuck channel came up out of nowhere one day on my feed, so I checked him out. This is the man, the black guy that was on the video earlier. But
Yeah. But every volcano I look at, pretty much, has like a consistency to it in the shape of the coma or like inside it. And it has
why you think it's a dragon?
and it has consistency. Well, it could be anything really. It could have been a man, could have been a dragon, because we all start out the same, right? Whether we're a reptile, a fish, or like a mammal, right? We all start out in the same shape. So, like these are like eggs that didn't quite hatch, so they look like most of them look like about 8-week-old fetuses on the inside of most craters that they call volcanoes, and I think they're eggs, just ones that didn't work, you know. Plus, they looked like there was somebody running around stomping eggs. And they all have these two, with volcanoes, there's always two types of outflow. There's like this grainy, slippery stuff that kind of flows all over the place. And then there's like this one part where there'll be like it looks like, like say, like an egg has a yolk and a white. It's like the white comes out first, and then after a yolk dribbles out. So I really think that's a really good possibility for how we got here.
Near Magellan Strait, people are saying on the Google Globe that they found a dragon head.
I
personally think there's dragons.
Oh yeah, I fully believe that. I think Roger's shown enough of them. There's Quetzalcoatl. What's the other one called? I forget. The one in North Africa there. There's China, which is just the giant face of a dragon in my view. So, but in the ancient tales, they say that the Euphrates River and the Tigris come out of the eyes of Tiamat. It doesn't look big enough. Maybe. I don't know.
This looks weird.
It's got too many numbers.
I want to find this book right here.
What's the title? The Observer? No, that's you.
No, I can't see.
Look at all those angels blowing.
Yeah, I think it's just a map book. 'Cause I remember I used to have that map. The angels.
I like that map. Got some cool pictures.
It's got the preacher welcoming in the Indians. Oh boy, come in to our indoctrination camp. Is that a preacher in black to the left? Who's the duality of the black and white robed preacher? The scientist. I don't know what that says.
Be back in a second.
Oh, what is that other land called? Oh, whoa. No, that can't be right. No, it's not. This is shit I'm talking about. What the fuck is that? Yeah. Are they saying that's Antarctica on the bottom? That's a lot of land over there. Doo-doo-doo.
I don't know where he went.
Oh,
Probably
that's
behind
cool.
the curtains.
No, he's on the way. Yeah, behind the curtains. Oh, it could be a fly. That's neat. It's like a mechanical underground and a. Oh.
What is it?
Oh, it's just a picture Charles showing.
Oh. Looks like a map.
Yeah.
Ancient.
The bottom of the map there, if you go to Bolivia in South America there, in the lakes on top of the mountains, some of them look like the structures on the bottom.
Oh, they look like motherboards, right?
Yeah.
I got pictures of that from a John Levy video when he was playing it. He was showing that on Google.
Yeah, I didn't believe it, so I went and searched myself, and I found them. I haven't found them again, but yeah, I found them. They're up there. Fucking weird. Looks like the if you take that, you know, it looks like the entire inside of the Earth could be a machine. You know.
Wow, this would make a nice backdrop. It just looks awesome. Some people think God's throne is up there. He just sits there all by himself and looks down. What a boring life.
Big Daddy in the sky, yeah.
He's playing security. He's on watch. He's got to watch the children.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
See, I believe Roger. I think that's a foot, not a tree.
Could be.
Imagine how big that dude would have been. Freaking ginormous.
Man. And it, you know, it makes me wonder where their house is, you
Yeah,
know.
I don't think they had houses, or they might be. There might be some of them in the bottom of the oceans because they look like there are like structures down there and roadways that are gigantic too.
Yeah, I think personally, under these oceans, it makes sense of why they would have needed the flood. So I think, I mean, we're on top of these, I don't know what to call it, because like you brought up country, and I think we might be living on this one huge big tree. Is this whole
Hmm.
entire realm
Oh,
could be.
tree.
So imagine what's under the water.
The
You know,
cunt
there's
tree.
probably fishies, the
So it's a tree that fruits cunts.
I just learned that the other day that a cunt is a divine woman.
It's also a vagina.
Yeah, the gateway.
The gateway. Oh, that was a
The
cool
gateway to hell.
gateway. Or heaven.
Pop your head out. So I'm here again.
Be right back. Water's boiling.
Whenever the babies cry, it's because they're mad they're back here again. All right, daytime, zodiac, I know that. Tropic of, I don't like that word, Cancer. Equator, I know that. Planetary time, really? What the fuck is planetary time? Oh, on Mars, it's approximately planetary hours border. You want to go too far with that. Sunrise, daybreak, astronomical night, Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn, star time. Sidereal time?
Yeah, that clock's pretty awesome.
Sidereal.
We should have it should have an age on it too. Like it should tell you what age we're in. So we should be coming into Aquarius, right? We're in Aquarius. That's what we need to build, things like that. Clocks that'll last like 5,000, 10,000 years so you can fucking tell what age you're in and stuff.
There's more. I found, there's more clocks all over.
Oh yeah, town clock. Every square had a clock.
hmm I'm going to look these up and do them individually. Not now, but I'm
Yeah.
planning on it. Strasbourg, Lear, and Munchen. I like this picture right here.
That'd be cool to have it in your living room.
And you got the sun, the woman right there, and then you got the woman over there is this nighttime. I like how Bro Sanchez had put it. He said the moon, the sun is the man and the woman's the moon. And at night, she's got on her bridal gown When the moon comes in, she drags the stars with her.
I don't like
Her bridal gown. I thought that was a pretty cool way to explain it.
yeah.
What's up, Naga?
Hey, Naga. Yeah, I think the moon limits our pineal and our connection
Naga,
with each other.
come up. You drop the link for Naga.
Bad moon.
I gotta give Naga shotgun. Damn, I thought there it is. Alright. I was looking at the moon this morning, and I'm like, man, it was just the full moon, and it's already damn near half. It kind of makes sense. 7, on the 14th day.
Yeah, you know your pineal cycle is timed with the moon, right? So if we didn't have the moon, would your pineal cycle just be on? Would there not be a cycle? One of the things makes me go,
Huh. I could delete so many pictures.
That's pretty. I like the orange. Makes me think of sunset.
yeah, there's a fire in the background there. No.
I didn't think so. Just the orange color made me think of sun, and then it made me think of fire. You're messing up your hair, dude.
It sucks though that they spray. They haven't, the spraying isn't that much lately, but
Yeah, apparently since your government shut down, a lot of people said there's a lot less spraying. Although yesterday up here we had the entire sky was chemtrail. Fucking thick clouds of it. It was ridiculous.
man, who knows what's in that? I would love to. I could only imagine what would be found under a microscope. You could probably get a scoop of dirt and put it under the microscope and probably see nanobots.
Well, there's nanotech in the form of graphene oxide and other things. Plastics make great little nanotech. You know, almost any particle is good. So they'll use oxygen, but metals make the best.
Where is this? This is I don't even know, but what made me download it was all them islands. I said I'm gonna download this and see if I could find where it is. This is La Mer, the Ellen. Alamagne. D all of man, these names, I'm butchering it. D Allen, Allen, Alamagne. Because I know Gagne, if you pick the G and put it where the M is, it'd be Gagne.
Yeah.
There's a baseball player, Craig Gagne, or Eric Gagne. So, Magne, Alamagne, I don't know. D Alamagne. Let's see if I Google this. What'll happen? La Mer, La Mer. Yeah, there's something for sure. But it says it's in the North Sea. Okay. Looks like it says Deutsch Boot. Got it's in Germany. What's the chances of that? Good old Germany, Denmark, and Pays Bas. Looks like France. I don't know what Paz. Oh, the Netherlands. Okay. Dude, man. I don't know. Let's back out. Wow. It has to be. Wow. Look at this. What the is the chances of all this? What are they hiding here? The question. What is going on here? Let me show you these pictures here. It looks like this place was mined to hell. But then Mother Earth took over and made it beautiful again. Yeah, these people in so-called power ruin everything, man. It's time to fucking do something about this trash. People tell me to watch what I say, but I don't even care, man. What are they gonna do? What will they do? Nothing. Nobody. Just, well, I didn't mean it like that. My body doesn't know I'm joking.
No. Be nice to yourself.
Alright. Oh, headphones are dying. So this place is in Germany right here. All these islands.
Okay.
It said Denmark, Netherlands, and Germany. Let me show these. So I can get rid of these first. This Hartford.
It's cool,
Yeah,
building.
this old state house. I showed the present day state house. Same building, but it's a little different. Now they got a big fence in the front, big steel gates. And, I don't know. This is if I'm not mistaken, this with
Looks like the back of it or something. Or the side.
it looks different because it has that tower up there. I'm thinking the corner is right for that street. But I think this is the building that has the two fountains that I've showed with the Masonic chest floor.
Yeah.
I think this is it. This is in. I have no clue. But wherever it is, the beauty. Oh, one of my headphones died. Switch. Doo-doo.
That one looks like it got burnt at some point.
Yeah.
Like a hydro.
All right.
Different color.
That should work. Look at this map. This reminds me of that German cross.
Or a 4-leaf clover.
Yeah. I always wonder why they did maps like this.
Show it's a globe, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh shit, look how they did the sun and the moon. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's the sun on the right and the moon on the left. It would be nice to enlarge this.
Yeah.
This picture.
I gotta step down, Chuck.
Okay. Thanks for coming by.
All right.
Look at these beings. Do they got freaking wings on their head? I don't know why I took this picture. All right. Where the fuck? That's right. Yeah, this don't look like. Hold on. Yeah, this don't look. Or is it? Nah. These don't look the same at all. Let's see. Damn, what happened to the backdrop? They just etched that shit out. Bastards. And what the fuck? What's good, Jay Heighton? What's up, Hurricane? I was listening to some track, Hurricane. It was kind of like country, but that shit was fire. The Ocean of Germany. I don't like how this thing looks like this. For real? Someone threw you a bag? Nah, that shit's fire, that country song. I always like to see people do different because considering I don't have equipment to make beats, I already got the second beat. I'm chopping it up to make it sound the way I want it to. I'm going to try to bring my ideas to life. What was I doing? Oh, this building. Oh, wow. They had, and I don't know if the Masonic floor is there, but they have the fucking, I don't want to call them waterfalls, but fountains. Yeah, this building is definitely not this building. Hell no. Now, this building is, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the city hall. But I mean, the architecture inside, wait, this is inside. What? Yo. Imagine this was your fucking crib. I mean, there's no way these sleaze bags fucking made these buildings. They found them. So that means if I walk up in here, I'd be like, I found it. It's mine now. Look at these floors. Got the Masonic floor. Man, I always wanted to walk in this building. And the big copper doors. It's probably copper plated. You know, like they have gold leaf. It's probably copper leaf. And from what I'm finding out about these birds, it's pretty interesting. The birds and the symbolism. Damn, you can see the landfill. It's on the left side, right near the river there. That's terrible. The fucking garbage dump is huge, and it's right near the river. That means all that fucking trash, juice, all the juice when it rains, all that toxins going right into the river, which flows all the way down to the Long Island Sound, which means it's going into the ocean at some point. They need to get punched in the mouth for that shit. That's one language everyone understands is violence. Yep. When you start speaking violence, people get it real quick. Plush and Terrier. The fucking Tigers lost last night. At least they made it that far. To be honest, I knew they weren't going to make it past. If they made it past Seattle, they wouldn't have made it past the Blue Jays. Just like I knew the Sox weren't going to make it past this round that they're in now, I knew the Sox wouldn't make it past that if they made it, but they didn't. That's true, Tommy. And another thing, like that movie, Silo, man, to me personally, I think that's why there's no people in these pictures. Like this cataclysm they say happened millions of years ago is a crock of shit. I personally think it happened in the 1800s or maybe the 17. And then again, we're not even in the year 2025. I think we're in the year 1025. They've got us they got us speaking Babylonian. We just babble all the time, this language. They fucked everything up. They've added months to the so-called calendar. It should be called a no, we got to fit the word con in calendar. It's a conador. It's a conandor. Anyway, they got us the wrong year, probably the wrong months for sure. Because 9/11 is really 7/11. Because Septe is 7, Octo is 8. I don't even know what November is. Nove, if that's even a word. And December would be a decagon, or a dec. Is it a decagon or something like that? It's a. I have no fucking clue. What's up, Bex? Decagon. I mean, decagon. I got to put my verse down. I keep changing that, Hurricane. Sir drops like that. ADHD's kicking in, yeah. I gotta find someone to listen to my rhymes. I need opinions when I'm making this. A decagon. Oh, okay. So yeah. December is a dec, which is 10. Yeah, nueve. Yep, November, nueve. That makes sense. Yeah, because December is a decagon, is 10-sided. So yeah, they got us all fucked up. They got us worshiping all their family members Like me personally, I wouldn't be surprised if an octopus could shapeshift. Like through my searching through this bullshit information, because in reality, none of this information truly matters, in my opinion, most of it. But in order to figure shit out, unfortunately, I gotta spend time, precious time, searching through this fucking nonsense to figure out who these people are, right? But in reality, who gives a fuck? They should just be executed on sight and the world would be a better place. But unfortunately, there's many roadblocks in that process. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I think how that stupid saying goes, but right, and if shit hit the fan, we're fucked. You know, they got us by the balls pretty much. And for the women, they got you by the cunt, because we can't do shit. They control it all. And even if we was to storm and take it, then what? How would we distribute food and continue to, how are we going to feed all these people from not fucking slaughtering us to oblivion and eating our children? Because if the system crashes, you ain't controlling nobody. They're going to run you, your mother, and your grandmother over just to eat food. So if the system crashes, we're fucked. If we don't do something about it, we're fucked. So your best bet is to just go along with it and maneuver through it. And when the time comes, then you deal with it. I mean, if shit hits the fan, in my opinion, that's just a green light to do what I want to do. That's how I look at that situation. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Charles. Hope everything is well with you.
I'm good.
Glad to hear that. So is grandma lives matter? Should we be concerned? For all the Indians out there, Mother G's, let's protest and make sure that they're all safe.
Yeah, if people think if the system crashes, it'll be a terrible sight. People that live in poverty got a little, I've got a little taste of, well, not a little taste. I grew up in poverty, so I already know what the slums are like. Growing up in roach-infected places, but if the system crashes, it'll be 1,000 times worse than growing up in poverty.
Yeah, true. Well, a lot of people, even in our lifespan, Charles, we obviously live always different than each other. But, economies crashing like Venezuela or Argentina or war-savage countries. In those particular world pictures, the world's coming to an end in their thoughts. You
just got to, because look at Venezuela now. It's almost like the people are good now, but it's like they had to go through hell to get to heaven. But just because it's heavenly now doesn't mean it's good either.
Again, there's classes of people, even in Venezuela. So people that had second or third or fourth properties in Venezuela have other resources. Same in America and Canada. If there ever was a game, what's the one called? with the zombie movies where they can, basically purge a community or let it collapse and put us under like an ant colony to examine it, and then say things like, okay, well, let's see under these circumstances, how would humanity handle themselves? And it's usually predictable how humanity will handle themselves. You'll have gangs. You'll have other people that think, I'll save this one cat, in this case, this one human, but meanwhile, 3 other humans died in exchange for it. So it is a shit show no matter where you're living. And some shit shows are just a little bit more comfortable than others.
Shit, that sounds like my middle school. When I was in middle school, fucking the gangs would walk around 40 deep. They would just, it was insane, the different projects. And it wasn't like out of order. It's just, they were gangs everywhere. That's how it was in the 80s and 90s. It wasn't like you weren't safe. It's just groups of people walking around.
True. Well, was it New Orleans when they had those weather, even though they say that those weathers were a little bit stranger than strange, but they huddled quite a few people into the stadium there, and then gangs now merging together. Yeah, women and children aren't safe at that point. I can only imagine the terror some of them that went through, whether or not it actually got acted out on them. That would be anarchy.
That's bullshit, man. Women and children are supposed to be, and old people are supposed to be left out. But some people are mentally fucked.
It sounds that way, Charles.
Respect.
Yeah. It sounds when we say it, but in those situations, everybody's fair game, unfortunately. You can watch movies like the Titanic. Okay, well, the ship is sinking.
I'm not doing that. Well, I'm not attacking a woman and child.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'll be the example, not harming a child and a woman, but you might end up harming a male that wants to harm a child and a woman. And this is how then gangs join up, and then they look at you as the weird one. Like, what do you mean you're protecting them? That's free game at that point. It's sad as it may sound, Charles, but just to live in that environment would be chaotic. Again,
is sort of like that too. I mean,
oh, for sure. Well, okay, I'll give you some examples. Where you get some people that are, they go to jail, but meanwhile they're sex addicts. So now they're dependent on that addiction. So anything's fair game for them at that point. Now they might get beat up for it, but like any addict, I'll do anything to get my next fix. So again, order the way we have it right now is a illusion, but it's still somewhat there. So it keeps everybody at bay to a certain point. And then when it's not, you have that other kind of outer boundaries, police officers and military. Because all out chaos, it would make the purge look like a Sunday drive to the church. That's worst case scenario, Charles. No, best case scenario, people say, something, we're living like shit here, so let's be kind to our fellow human being. Again, that's nice the first day, maybe nice for the first week, but once you start realizing, okay, so when are they going to roll in all the 18-wheelers and bring all our food and bring some of our entertainment stuff? Well, they're not. Okay, second week might be a bitch. I'm pretty sure, I hate to say this, Charlotte, well, no, I can't say I hate to say it, but I'm just going to pose it as a possibility. If America ever did crash, all the other countries would just sit back and say, well, it's their turn.
I don't know. I used to say that when I was younger, I was, when I was like 9, 10, 11, I wanted to be in the military because my family, my gramps and all my great uncles are in the military, so I said, fuck it, that's what I'm going to do. Mm-hmm. Then you start learning Vietnam, or no, World War I, II. You see what the U.S. military has done, and I used to think in my mind, one day, man, then 7/11 happened. How ironic is that? Most Iraqi people own a 7-Eleven. No, I'm joking, but on 7/11, that happened. So now you're adding another country to the list, and then Ukraine. And it's like, one day, man, U.S. is going to get a boot so far up their ass, and we got to pay for it. There's a lot of innocent people. In war, it's always the innocent people that suffer.
Well, America and Canada is still like somewhat of a melting pot. What do they got under their belt? 100, 200 years? They're not like Europe or Middle East where they've got maybe 4 or 5, maybe 1,000 years under their belt.
That's how they're going to get us back, Dom. They're not going to drop a bomb on us. They just buy up all the land and properties and stores, and that'll be a better way to get America back. Look at China. They'll poison all our food and stuff, sell us chemicals and shit. They're like, we're just selling this shit. These dummies put it in their food. You know, no one needs to drop a bomb on America. We're doing a good job destroying ourselves. America's already fucked between the horrible food that we eat is going to catch up to us. All these devices and shit that are everywhere is going to pay a price in that way, between the fluoride in the water, which no other country does that shit from what I've learned, besides I think Australia and the US. I mean, there's just so many variables where you could say karma is going to get America back. It's I think we have the most weakest country. The illusion is we got the strongest. Yeah, maybe with weaponry, but as far as a country, we're the weakest. We're the most divided, the most sick, the most everything. America is terrible, man. The illusion is it's the best country in the world. We're the strongest. No, I don't see that.
Well, as long as people follow media, that's the narrative. So, you got to have trade-offs. Most countries don't have the ability to say, okay, let's trade our currency internationally. Well, you can't. Okay, so therefore America does it. Okay, so then can we not have fluoride in our water? Okay, whatever. The North American people are the most consumer of stuff anyway, so yeah, we'll bring it to them. Again, Charles, go ahead, Charles.
No, Salama was saying, son. What's up, Salama? Hold on, I'm trying to. Go ahead, Dom. Sorry, I was just looking at the chat here.
Unless people start, either studying and then giving with grain of salt whatever's been reported is somewhat occurring still, or they've actually traveled and they see all the different slums in other parts of the world, let alone the wealth of other parts of the world. Because there's some people that are wealthy in other countries of the world, they would make the wealth in America look very small.
Have you ever been to Dubai? Man, that country, man, whew, they whatever they're doing, and they don't pay taxes over there, nothing. All the youth go to school. It's clean over there. I'm sure they got their little poverty, but for the most part, they got things in order.
Dubai's like a Singapore. In this case, I went through the airport to go to Kuala Lumpur to Dubai, and Charles, when because I was with a bunch of British people, and I'm like, is that what I think I see there in a duty-free shop? Yes, Dom, it's duty-free shop. You have a Mercedes, you got Rolls Royce, a Rolex and all that. But again, this is a city or a country. They've gone bankrupt 7 times.
Damn.
So they keep borrowing from the World Bank.
They got so much money, and they're fucking all that oil. Maybe I'm mistaken the wrong country here.
No. Dubai is what it is. They bought a lot of technology, but like anything else, when you're that rich in wealth, in this case, they just happen to be sitting on black blood, oil. You can borrow money from the Federal Reserve, and Federal Reserve, the way it plays is we're not ever going to actually do like what would they be doing at that point? An inventory, and let's make sure all our checks and balances add up. It doesn't work that way with them. So they can just keep printing money and give it to them. Don't worry about it. It's like rich sports team. They borrow money from the bank. They never use their own wealth. So Dubai is the same ideal. So they report, Dubai looks like Vegas, but on steroids. But yet realize, okay, but they do openly talk about how many times it's been bankrupt. But they keep running the business. It's like the Federal Reserve. It is bankrupt. And other countries right now are using their money's hedging on America. That's why the ruble and the yens is supporting America's currency right now. Unless you're going to see the guy that runs the World Bank or the United Nations, guys like Donald Trump and I forget even who our prime minister here is in Canada, it doesn't count unless they just work for them.
It seems like these people just run countries into the ground, man.
Yeah, they do, Charles. Well, they do that. Think about it in the States. How many corporations have gone from state to state? America had General Motors, and then they ran it to the ground, and they went to Canada. They've gone to different places.
What's that other one? General Electric, GE was a big one here. Stanley Works. Man, Stanley Works brought a lot of money. Like, it had so many jobs here. Like, it fed a lot of cities, Stanley Works. Fafner's was another big one that closed in. Now they have some other place there, but they leveled Fafner's, put another fucking, I forgot what's there now. It's someplace, but Stanley Works used to bring a lot of jobs and money to America, and they're in China or South America.
And in the
cheap
past,
labor, tax free.
always
General
cheap.
Electric.
Either cheap labor or you print money and give them the illusion that, yeah, we're paying you $50 an hour. So, if we were young, well, not younger, in the previous age or lifespan, they would have been built into infrastructure. How much money or whatever they want to call, use prisoners to build trains and the airports and the roads. And then they started building the cars, and now they're building something else. It's a constant plan for them, whoever they are. And for us, there might be some moments of highs. Okay, I earned a shitload of money working for an industry that I knew from the get-go they're going to actually eventually collapse it. But then there's people that are naive. I'll retire working at a factory. Okay, 30 years. But that doesn't mean nothing when you start looking in 100 years terms.
Yeah, we're going to buy a house. I got a 30-year plan to pay it off. What? I remember in 2010, the woman that passed away from cancer, my friend, she used to own a pet store. She knows the in and outs of, the banking and properties and lawyers and all that shit. But anyway, the point is, she told me she had a 30-year plan to pay off the property. I mean, you could do it quicker. You don't have to be 30 years, but that's the plan. And for most people that aren't making money through other avenues, they have one job and they got to pay the house in 30 years. Imagine being 40 years old and you're like, all right, I could finally get a house. You probably won't make it 30 years. The way things are here in America, the health. And it's called a mortgage because you're going to be in a fucking morgue by the time you pay it off.
So true. But yet you hear some people that, let's say they own the house. That is usually the term's correct. They're owning a house. They say, well,
don't own a land.
Yeah. They'll say things like, I don't rent. I said, no, you've been renting the whole time.
They rented to you?
Yeah. Now they might turn around and say, no, I just pay property tax. Okay, change the word. You've been paying rent. Like in the old days, it was a little bit more clear. You get a deed for 100 years and you can build things there. You can sublease it or whatever. But when we bring the monarchies, whatever, the military, so listen, we're here to collect. We're the tax collector. Let's change the word tax collector. We're the government. We're collecting stuff. So why? Well, we got to fuel our military.
That's how they get us, Dom, is the taxes, right? That's how they get us every time.
Well, but taxes back in the day would have been, we need 100 bushels of apples from you. We need 14,000 heads of cows. We'll allow you to have the 30,000, but we need the rest because we got to fuel our machine, our military, our tax collectors, our nobles, our monarchies. Now, when we go to war, I want you guys to take all your picks and shovels and come to war with us. Because if we win the war, yeah,
I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. I've read about it. It's in law.
So if we win the war, and you were noble to us, you might lose a couple of your kids in the war, but you can continue with that deed. But if we come back and you didn't fight with us in that war, two things are going to occur. We're going to kill your whole fucking family. Or B, the next king that wins the war will turn around and say, okay, well, you didn't fight against us, but you didn't fight for us. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to give one of our knights your piece of land. That's why it's called a deed. That's why it's real estate. Now, what people are usually doing is they're dealing with mortgages like you're talking, and you're making fun of it. Well done, by the way, Charles. They're talking about the house that's on it. That's why it's always but fun when I hear people say, well, Dom, I'm a landlord. No, you're not. What do you mean? You're in the housing business. What do you mean? To be a landlord, you have to have a title. You have to be a duke or a baron. Now, you can have an allodial title. That just means you don't pay tribute directly to the fucking monarchy. Now, most people turn and say, yeah, but the government collects all this money. I said, yes, they collect all the money. And what do you think it goes to? It doesn't go back to the citizens. It goes to the coffers of the big corporation. And that corporation are run by generational wealth. So then what do we get as the citizens? It's called a budget. We'll pay the police with that. We'll pay all the big corporations that want to sell guns and all that to it, the fire trucks and all that kind of stuff, all the medical stuff for that, all the roads, all the street lights. Then you wonder why when people say, but we're always in debt. I say, because you're in debt from the get-go. That's how the system works. Now, whether or not people say, well, Dom, I don't think so. I said, well, I told you my version. Let me hear your version. Now, that's why I say most people, whether they know it or not, they're full of shit. They're dishonest with themselves. They just don't know it yet. But then they'll say, yeah, but Dom, I went to university, to get one fucking degree? How does that serve you? Fuck, I can be on a boat. There's already 360 degrees I got to deal with. But you're telling me you went to university, to become a doctor, a teacher, a physician, a healer, a chemist? Playing with the known elements? What about the unknown elements? Well, Dom, and there you go. It's always when they bring up my name, I'm like, okay, so you're trying to make it about me. Fuck, you're just revealing you made it about you. You made it personal. I figured out this realm. How did you figure it out? Fuck, I'm not even talking about nature. I'm talking about humanity and the games that we're playing with each other. Whether most people are aware of it or not. Most people aren't. And I'm okay with that. But it's when the people say, well, Dom, I figured out the system. Okay, this ought to be interesting. So how did Wi-Fi come to be? How do all the different languages come to be? And I don't want to hear a fucking regurgitation of history based on written works. Well, people will say indoctrination, Charles. People will say shit like, sports is just another indoctrination. I said, everything's an indoctrination when you start thinking about language. Then and only then people can say, no, I figured it out. Now I can actually rebel. Who are you going to rebel against? The fucking ants of the kingdom? Should we be concerned about maybe red ants, lives matter now? Anyway, I went on Charles again. Well, you watch those Jays and those Yankees, Charles. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. I didn't watch the. I watched. Well, actually, I might have watched it. I don't remember, but I know the Dodgers took out the Phillies, which I was disappointed. The Phillies have such a good team. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see at least. I think Bryce Harper deserves a ring, man. He's got Hall of Fame numbers put up, and Schwarber deserves another ring. But I don't know if they're just not hungry enough or it's just that rigged. I just don't. Anyone knows the LA's going to win it again back to back. I just can't see Seattle might not beat Toronto. If Seattle gives it at all, they could. They got a good team, but Toronto just seems more hungry. Mm-hmm. And so do the Dodgers. The Dodgers lineup's insane. Like, I really looked at how many MVPs are on that fucking roster. It's insane. You got backs. Look at Ohtani's like 4-time MVP. It's insane. Is it? No, that's the Yankees, Bellinger. Oh, no, that's the Yankees I'm thinking of. They had Goldschmidt, Bellinger, Judge, so many MVPs on that team, too. But it's another thing. Like, the Stankies had such a team, man. Their pitching does suck, but their offense is insane. I just don't.
Well, they hit for power. That's the Yankees. They hit for power. The Jays are kind of like the Reds and Bulls.
I was saying the Sox were going to win the World Series, but I knew in the back of my mind they weren't. Especially when I found out their number 3 pitcher, his elbow took him out. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It kind of reminded me of Jason Tatum and that guy from the Pacers last year, who they both hurt their Achilles. I'm like, come on. In an important game, when they needed them, all of a sudden they're hurt. Like, come on.
Well, the Jays did something that I thought, I think other teams have done that. I just didn't really like when people do that. They had a pitching, a bullpen. They call it the bullpen. They had their whole bullpen staff more or less pitch the whole game. They all pitch one inning.
What's crazy? That word bullpen, now that I come to think of it, it is like letting a bull out the pen when the reliever comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. All these years, I didn't think of that. Huh. Interesting.
It'll probably be good for Canada, or at least for baseball, to have if Toronto does get to the World Series. I don't think they're going to win it, but you never know.
It's going to be either Toronto or the Dodgers. And for some reason, I think Toronto's going to take it.
They could. Well, again, there's a lot of factors involved, right? How the pitching staff line up. Like Seattle now, they had to play a 15 inning game to win that. And now their pitching staff is kind of beat up. Well, not beat up, but disheveled. So Toronto's going to have their major pitchers in the first 2 games at home. And Seattle's just going to have to play, a bunch of other pitchers that aren't their main pitchers. Rotation,
yeah.
Obviously.
I know a lot about sports, Bex, unfortunately. I used to be a drone. I used to, I had to force myself to be an everyday participator in this society. Growing up, I hated it, and I knew there's more to life than just, I had to force myself to drone in and just get up every day and work. Like, to work for someone I hated, put it that way. I forced myself to just continuously work on jobs I hated. I was miserable. My friends would be like, that's life, Chuck. You got to do things you don't want to do. And I used to think, shut the fuck up. I used to think in my mind, that's just a terrible way to accept life. I had to force myself. I would watch Sports Center every day and just become a drone, man. Get up, work, come home, sleep. Like, that's just terrible life to me. But sports, I know a lot about. Not only did I play sports, I would be that guy that watched Sports Center all the time and get the newspaper for the sports section. That's what I would go straight for the sports section.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people do that, Charles, sports, and then some other people look at the obituary to find out what kind of career a person had, or you talk about people that look at what else is there? Oh, stocks or the comedy section. So again, that's more conditioning. Yahoo does that now, for me at least anyway. Where if I can go onto Yahoo, I'll see whatever the latest information, whether it's gossip, true, speculation. Sports is part of it. Like a lot of my buddies will say, Don, did you watch your game? I said, no. I follow stats. I'm a Virgo. I follow stats. I don't. This way it gives me an opportunity if my buddies are talking about sports. I have a rough idea what's going on. But I won't sit through a whole game and watch it unless I'm at a buddy's house and say, okay, guys, we're going to be talking while we're watching this football game or this hockey game. Like they literally watch it and get caught up in it. It's not my thing, even though I still get caught up every so often when the Steelers play. But that's just because I grew up in those teenage years following the Steelers.
They had a good team back in the day, the Steelers, when they had the bust, Jerome Bettis. I used to have his rookie card. I don't know what happened to it.
Well, we're talking about further back then. We're talking about Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swann.
Cordell Stewart.
Yeah, Cordell Stewart, yep. But again, those are the years. It's like they've done studies. What people usually listen between the age of, I think, 20 and 23 years old, music, that's the kind of music you're going to want to lean towards as you get older. Unless you're versatile and you like all kinds of music or all types of sports. For me, I always joke with my buddies when they say, "Oh yeah, but the Blue Jays, if they don't win," I said, "They're still going to drive home with their Ferraris or Mercedes. Don't feel sorry for them."
Yeah, it's not about a ring anymore, or for the most part, it's about who can get the biggest paycheck. Fuck a ring. Even the players will say, "I could buy 10 rings with my paycheck." What the fuck?
But the
What do I
ring,
care about a ring? I'm like, damn. So that's sports is ruined forever now. With
well,
that attitude.
it's performance. So if you're on a team and you already have a couple of major athletes, or in this case, players that are making lots of money or earning a lot of money, the other players say,
I
"I'll write
couldn't
off your."
do it. I would want a ring. I couldn't do it. Like if the coach said, "Chuck, you got to drop a ball, let them score and win," I'd be like, "Fuck you." I wouldn't say that to him. I'd go out there and catch the ball, but I couldn't do it. Like if the coach said, "Oh, you got to strike out," like that's terrible to just let the money control you like that.
Well, the thing is, Charles, a lot of athletes, once they work their way up the ranks and then they start filtering them out, and then some of them, if not a lot of them, come from well-to-do families or they understand how money works. So now you figure, okay, so if I win a ring, I get what, an extra $100,000. But if our team wins, now I can actually get my agent to basically give me a $10 million contract. It'd be different if the team had all the same agents. No, they don't. It doesn't work that way. So you have a superstar on one team that has an agent, but none of those other players on that team have the same agent.
You said they know the value of money. What's that thing in the bank where, man, I was just learning about this like 5 years, 6 years ago that I forgot the amount, but there's a way. It ain't cheap. The thing's like 30 grand or some shit that you put in the bank. And that 30 grand will make you money every month that you could sit on that 30 grand and people say they just live off like the couple thousand they make a month.
The interest? You talking about the interest?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. People. Well, I don't know if 30 grand would be enough, but when you start
It's
going,
probably more than that. It's probably like 50, 60 grand. I don't remember the price, but man, I wish that would have been my first goal in life was to get that set up. But I never knew any of these things about the banks making you money and all that. They don't really teach that to peasants.
No, they don't. And that's why the Jewish community, they teach their kids from the get-go. And then there's other athletes, they teach their kids from the get-go how to be guys like Breon Borg and what's his name, McEnroe. They came from well-to-do families. The only difference is Breon Borg, their family would discipline their son when he would do a tantrum.
I wish I had that. There's nothing wrong with discipline.
Yeah, but then there's also rules you got to follow, Charles. That's the whole thing. When people talk about royal families or whatever, they think, well, they got it easy. No, you got to go to those pompous parties. You got to make sure you know exactly what spoon to use, what fork, what plate, how to address the servants. That's a different kind of game. For people that are poor, they don't have to worry about that shit. Maybe they might have to say, listen, there's a guy down the street. If I look at him the wrong way or don't compliment him on his fully suspension motorcycle or his car, he might get all upset and beat me up. But in those worlds, go ahead.
You think all these baseball players are part of lodges? I think so. I think every club is part of a lodge, right?
I would speculate and say no. I think the ones that have high agents and all that, yeah, it's like anything else. When they do, like, I'll use the example, Black Lives Matter. Okay, they'll have riots and those things because they put people in those positions. They just know human behavior. Monkey see, monkey do. If they see somebody throwing a brick through a window, a whole bunch of people will start doing it too, but never stopping and realizing, well, how did that brick get there in the first place? And who's the guy that's throwing the brick? And then you find out he's either a cop or a military guy. Oh yeah, but I'm here to do the same thing. Okay, whatever. And they used to do that with feminist riots, the G8 riots. You have to have special. It's like police officers. When there's something that's really tragically that happens, they usually call up the PR police officer, not just the regular beat police officer that's talking to the media. Again, a lot of this stuff, if not all of it, staged to a certain point. But to answer your initial question, are all baseball players or all sports people in clubs? I would probably say no. The ones that get paid well, you can be very suspicious. Guys like, I'm probably sticking my neck out here a little bit, but guys like Joe Rogan, he wouldn't be that, or the Beast. They wouldn't get to that position if they weren't somewhat associated to clubs. You know, you don't have a million subscribers or a billion subscribers if you're not involved in some sort of organized, you can call it a cult, a club, whatever. You help your own at that point. You know, like when a guy like Charles, if me and you were playing on the same baseball team and we're looking for a championship, but meanwhile, a superstar on our team is making $30 million and we're both making $100,000 each. Is he really with us or against us when it comes to financial gains? Now, he might turn around and say, but if we win, I will get more endorsements. Nike will sponsor me, so I'll go from 30 million to 100 million. And you and Charles can say, listen, you win a ring, maybe your agent can probably get you $1 million contract. But remember, I'm going to be here for 10 years and then retire and do other things. You're just going to have a one-time thing. You're going to be a baseball player for 10 years and then your career is done. And think about all the other baseball players. Their careers are done in college. Or they're done, you know, unless they go to the Asian and play baseball there, like basketball players. So they continue their career. They get a living off of it. They can make hundreds of thousands of dollars. But they're not going to get that big contract that's worth $40 million. Like a guy like the guy from the Blue Jays. I think he's Dominican. He doesn't speak the language well. So they make sure they don't use him as PR. But if he could, it would be in his contract. We're going to pay you that much money, but you also have to be at the hospital, you know, showing a baseball with a handicapped kid.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's PR. It promotes the sport. It's business, Charles. It's always business. Anybody that thinks otherwise, I said, okay, so I'll hear you, but now you're talking about what Walt Disney does. They entertain you, even though there's probably a lot of shit going on in Walt Disney. So at this point, it's sports. Now, is it rigged to a certain point? I would say yes, especially when they use gambling with sports.
I was just about to say that. Yep,
it's a laundromat. Yeah,
they don't want to pay out.
You know how much money probably I'm guessing when I say this, but how
I
much?
wonder what would happen, Dom, if a player accidentally forgot to drop the ball and then they got to pay out all that money.
Maybe.
I wonder what happened to that player. He'd be banned for life.
Well, if there's $1 billion involved in that one transaction and he drops it, remember, we're talking $1 billion. We're not talking $1 million. $1 billion, a person is expendable. They might turn around and say, yeah, but he can make. He now at that point he's going to be our bitch. From now on, we're going to tell him, it's like boxing. Okay, you're going to fall down in the third round. You're not going to get knocked out. You're just going to fall down in the third round because we got a whole bunch of people that are betting a lot of money to move a whole bunch of money that they're speculating, not really speculating, it's inside trader at that point, that he's going to fall down at the third round. And we got $100 million on that. Guess what's going to happen in the third round, Charles?
He's going to fall down.
He's going to fall down. It's money moving all the time. You know, this is how people feed each other's campaigns. They might not directly feed the liberals or whatever terms you want to use in America and Canada, but they'll move it around through the casinos or through all the sporting events. It was interesting. I'll tell you a story. Years ago, a buddy of mine, one of his friends is Portuguese, and he was going on a rant because the World Cup was occurring, saying that Ronaldo should be playing for his country, not for money. I said, okay, let me understand something, guys. I was being clever with them. I said, are you allowed to bet on the World Cup? He goes, well, yeah. I said, so why can't he hedge money on for him, saying, listen, you pay me to play for one of these teams. And it wasn't even like for Portugal's World Cup team in the sense that they're playing in the World Cup. It was one of their qualifiers. And it wasn't that important. So why would he leave one of his paid teams to play for his country for free? I get when people say, I like to do things for the community. I said, okay, did you do it knowingly or unknowingly?
Shit, I would play for the Yankees if they offered me. I used to tell my aunt, I used to tell her I'm going to play in the majors one day. And I said, I don't care if the Yankees offered me a contract. I'll take it. And that's, I'm a Red Sox fan, but I don't care.
But you would have to have a lawyer to read the contract. Now, if you turn around and say, okay, Dom, I'm going to play for the Yankees for free, I'm pretty sure the player association would have a talk with you. No, you don't work for free here. Again, there is rules to follow. You know, that's why, like right now, quarterbacks in the NFL are getting paid a shitload of money. So what they've done is to make sure that they don't want to go to the old school of knocks of old, you know, the Steelers with the Lambert and hurting their quarterbacks. No, you'll get a $30,000 fine if you hurt one of our quarterbacks. Okay. Now, if it's a scrub quarterback, meaning that he hasn't got his big contract, a lot of these rookies, they don't get their big contract until the fourth or fifth year. Yeah, you can hurt him. He's a dime a dozen, unless we can actually PR him. But outside of that, you're paying a quarterback $20 or $30 million. They don't want one of these defensive players that are only getting paid $300,000 to hurt one of our main fucking cattle. So it's somewhat.
Yeah, sports has gotten soft. Football, I remember when they used to crack people so hard, and that ended. Now football is like playing fucking pity pat.
But then they started getting into, back in the days, even in football and hockey, where players used to take all kinds of pills. You know, it was a known thing back then. You know, during halftime, they would have, like in certain football teams, like a bowl of pills. You know, what do you have? You want an upper? You want something to deal with that leg? It looks like it's broken. You know,
want some cocaine?
Yeah,
Del Strawberry and Dwight Gooden and the cocaine Yanks. I mean, the cocaine Mets.
You know,
and
but
the Yanks.
They would make it illegal to smoke marijuana because marijuana has more properties than just basically, you know, like getting you completely high. But for a lot of people, that's all they use it for. Same with cocaine and any other kind of uppers. You know, but again, it's evolved now where, you know, the guys in the Coliseum, they're valuable to us. They're winning all the fights. So as much as we promise him, you win 5 fights, you get your freedom back. No. If you keep fighting, we'll give you more stuff. And that's what they do. So guys like LeBron and all these other athletes, are they under the take? To a certain point, if you're working for money, yes, you are. Are they under some other kind of scope? Probably. You know, he used to do that pre-game with the dust or whatever and then scratch his nuts or whatever. You know, it's probably some sort of note to tell all the other members that are special members. Yeah, he's one of ours. What do you mean? He's under our cake. You know, who's his handler?
That's sad.
Is it, Charles? Is it really sad?
In ways, at least my opinion.
Yeah, you're allowed to have. Yeah, we all have our opinions. I get it. But would sports be the way it is if it was just solely organic? I don't think it would be. It'll be like all of a sudden track and field in the Olympics. Let's make it all clean. Let's make all the different Tour de France, Tour of Italy bike races. Let's make it all clean. It'd be very fucking hard to market that shit. That guy's running under 10 seconds. They're pushing for under 9 seconds. I doubt if they'll ever do that, but you never know.
I think these are those islands that are near Germany.
The island of Germanica? What would people do if they found out there's a possibility of a place called Germanica or Odin or Atlanta, you know?
Yeah, I think there might be.
There could be.
There's definitely other lands out there.
Mm-hmm. Then we can, you know, say, oh, okay, I'm one of those guys thinking, where does all the technology come from? You know, they tell us all this is coming from China, but, you know, you just have to do a kind of like a couple of shell games. Okay, well, it's coming through a boat, and then we bring it to a port in Panama, and then it comes to all the other countries. How do we not know it? How do we really know it's really coming from China? Well, there's people that, those are some. I'm not saying, but all of them. And then at the same time, you're a country like in Canada and America. There's a social system running and a democracy system running, even though they both hide under capitalism. But yeah, you'll deal with a communist country for economics. Wow. So which one is the one that we're playing with? Are we going to go with religion that other people do, you know, like the Muslim countries or the Catholic countries, or are we going to play with state, or is it commerce? Because to me, I would lean towards commerce, because all countries interchange with each other when it comes to commerce. To a point, economically, they were willing to sacrifice for 2 years during 2019 and 2021 a lot of financial even though that just reveals it's just paper money, we'll shut it down. We want to see where the masses are. Let's see if they'll wear a mask.
Everyone listen, like, good little doggy.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone, mostly everyone. I was outside. To be honest, I'm not joking when I say that. I didn't know. Someone called me and they were like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm walking to a friend's." And they're like, "You're not supposed to go outside." And I said, "Says who?" What?
Unless there's a line
Everyone's
outside.
staying inside. Like, what?
Yeah. But at the same time, they openly revealed, whether people put two and two together, they shut the Vatican down, they shut Mecca down, they shut all the sporting academy down. Make sure, but we'll keep all the gas station pumps running. You know, if that doesn't tell you you're in a shit show, then what is it going to take? You know, for most people, it's going to have to be in my backyard before they even say, yeah, you know something, there's some validity. Yeah, they are fucking with all of us.
They even add sports still. You know, well, we'll play in empty stadiums. We'll put cardboard cutouts. Like, what?
And some of the sports you had to wear a mask when you're playing basketball. Come on, now, that's entertainment on top of entertainment.
Man.
You know, so.
And then I don't know. That whole situation was fucked. It just goes to show who runs the show.
Well, again, it could be humans. You know, it could be Charles. I'm speculating, even though most people say, "Oh, it's for sure." I said, "Well, I'm leaning towards could be to keep the door open to other possibilities, where other people are. If you're sure 100%, then the onus is on you. You don't have to adjust it to me because I already told you I like to play with possibilities. You know, it'd be different if I say, yeah, for sure 100%. I know exactly what they do. I'm like, no, I don't. But the ones that do, it's on them if they want to. Maybe they can write a book on it. They could do a podcast on it. You know, it's like when I've done it myself too, no different to flat earth or whatever. I don't like Masons. I did that. I said that out of ignorance. I don't know what exactly all it entails to be a Mason, let alone a Rosicrucian, let alone skull and bones. But people like to throw pie at shit that they just don't like. Mikey doesn't like his potatoes. Okay, but has Mikey tried his potatoes? Well, not really. Well, Mikey's an idiot at that point. Now, if you say that to Mikey and then Mikey gets all upset, I say you just validate you're an idiot. Why? Why would you defend something when you really don't allow any other choices? To me, that's called behavior. That goes right back to religion and state. Try to talk to a religious person that's very fundamentalist. Good luck with that fucking conversation. Same with somebody that's into state. You know, and you hear with nationalists, America's the best country in the world. How the fuck could you prove that? Well, and then they tell you because somebody else told you. Have you been to other countries? Have you mingled with other people in different cities and towns and villages? Well, no. Then you're full of shit. You just don't know it yet. And when I say full of shit, I'm just saying you're being dishonest to yourself. You know, it's when people. Give me a second, Charles. Sorry, Charles. My wife made some eggnog, and I had to be the eggnog tester.
Eggnog's awesome.
It is actually.
You ever have coquille? I think that's what they call it.
What is it
Spanish
called?
people make it. Coquille, I think it's called.
Oh, I'll look it up, actually. I've never heard. I might have had it, but I've never heard the term before.
It's like the Puerto Rican people are real big on making it. And I think Mexican people too. All these damn labels, but yeah, in that neck of the woods in Puerto Rico and stuff, they make it. They put like a liquor. It's amazing, and but it creeps up on you. I know because I drank a lot of it, like it was juice, and my friend was like, "Oh boy."
You got a buzz? Did you get a buzz?
I was fucking drunk. Because it goes down smooth, but it creeps up on you.
Yeah, I remember that. I have a couple other fellow tenants here. They're from Mexico. I'll have to ask Alex. You know what coquille is? Yes. Okay, can you make it? Where can I buy it? I'm going to try it.
Yeah, sports. I don't know. Growing up, sports seemed different. I remember when they had the It was the year of the Expos. I think there was Pedro. Man, that team was awesome. They had I think Vladimir Guerrero. I forgot who, Larry Walker.
Yeah, they did. Yep, Montreal. They were, eventually they became like a farm team for all the rest of the league.
And they I'm trying to think, was it them? Yeah, I think it was the Expos, and they had an amazing record.
They did.
And I think they were going to win that year, and then they had the fucking strike. And ever since these strikes, sports seems like it has changed.
Yeah, they had a shortened season at times. But again, Charles, even when me and you like to chit chat about sports, and then I get some people said they either think it's we've sold out or whatever. I said, but those are the same people that enjoy listening to music. All of it is somewhat controlled. So whether it's music, TV, movies, you could even talk about fucking dog shows if you want to get into it, cat shows. So sports is just another bread and circus. I like watching TV series. I like to use my imagination. I'm fucking really grounded, but I like using my imagination. So I'll watch sci-fi movies.
Have you watched that show, Silo?
I watched both seasons so far, Charles. Yes.
Well, how did it end? Did it end where?
I'm not going to make it for other people.
Do you remember the last episode? I think it was when the guy, remember he was going to the basement, and he found that door, and he ended up speaking to, I guess I would say it was the people that were running all the silos, and they told him to not tell anyone about this door. And it was connecting all the silos, that door at the bottom. But that's how it ended. I think so.
Most of those shows did the same idea. Like Walking Dead did the same idea. There'll be times where something from outside will intercede, like a helicopter would go into The Walking Dead. So it would give the people the impression, okay, we're like in some sort of village. So the silo is the same ideal. You're in some sort of village, and there's some among them that are aware of it. Think about the elites. They're probably aware that there's other species out there.
Yeah, that's how it was ran, the silo. Like the shitty people are at the bottom of the pyramid, the bottom of the silo. And the people that got little like, they knew the true history of the world, while the people at the bottom were just left. They were kept the dumbest. But the people at the top had they would get these technologies, and the people at the bottom didn't know that they were being watched through cameras and listening to everything. They were kept in the dark with everything. It's just like our realm.
Well,
they call us Goyim because we're at the bottom of their pyramid, but little do they know, I don't care about their pyramid. I got my own.
Most of them are kept in the light, Charles. The ones that are actually ones that fall back into the dark, into the unknown. So, when people say...
Yeah, there you go. That sounds better because we come from the darkness.
Yeah. So when people say, okay, but are the elites or the few among us trying to keep us down? No, because when people become aware of a certain point, it could become noise. Like I'm noise right now. That's all that is.
Yeah, that does sound better, Dom. It's always the opposite, I've noticed too. The things that we say, that does make it so we're kept in the light. We can't see what's going on in the dark.
No, we can't.
Things are hidden in the dark. That makes more sense.
Most people are going to perceive things with their senses of the known. Forget about the unknown. Like they're not grasp what is air. What is this light that people talk about? Okay, and why does it say go back to the light? Why you got to go back into the memory? You're gonna be deleted and then come right back again.
Because they keep you blind in that light. They want to keep you blind so you can't see your surroundings.
Actually, that's the responsibility of the masses, Charles. The masses that do that. We keep our own in check. Think about Muslim women. Why do they think they wear the mask they do? Because women among themselves keep each other in check. Now, there might be a couple of men that turn around and say, no, you women have to wear that. Then the women have to do it. It's like enslavement. To keep people enslaved, you have to get the slaves to do it to themselves. Same with the masters. So now in this particular case, you tell people a story about 9/11, the Earth surface, Mandela, and then just watch the mass run with it. And that's what they do. Got to argue with you. Okay, so the ones that are running the show aren't even here, and you want to fight me on this. I'm speculating, but you're turning around saying you know the truth. Okay, well then why don't you talk to the elites then? Because I'm nobody in the equation. Well, Dom, you're talking about it. I said, yeah, because I'm speculating on it. I couldn't prove it if I wanted to. I could talk about air, but I can't prove it. I could talk about its effects. Okay, you see that leaf moving? I'm speculating that air is moving it. You see me breathing in and out? Yeah, I think it's air. I'm giving a language to it. You know, it goes back to how do you describe the undescribable? You use words. But does that prove that they exist? No. I could say the word tree. Somebody could say, yeah, but Dom, but you that thing out there is a tree. I said, yeah, but if I say it in Latin or I say it in Sanskrit, does that prove the different languages prove the same thing? Or are we just talking objectively now? Well, yeah.
That is
well,
true. Because someone
what-
says it's a tree, now it's a tree. And that's the same thing with the education department. We're going by what they tell us is right. And this is the way it is. And you got to regurgitate it or you're wrong.
Yes. And then in other parts of the world, they say, okay, we're going to say it in Mandarin, what that same object is. This is where when we talk about the subjective and objective, the objective is consistent, persistent. The subjective is the language you use to describe it. And as you're using language to describe it, you have called liquids, blood and water, and they're being affected by all of that. This is where memory is stored. So now somebody says, okay, well, I've stored the word tree. I said, okay, what about sequoia tree? What about sequoia tree in the forest? I'm using all the subjective words to still describe the one object. So what am I really experiencing at that point? One's lineal, the objective realm, and then everything else is subjective. Those are the experience I'm truly having. And each word has each syllable in it. This is why back in the days before the written work or the spoken word, we had symbology. What do you think a tree looks like? It's a symbol. Now, do I have to speak out loud and say it's a tree? Yeah, for myself, I do, yes. But that reinforces it. This is the indoctrination that I'm talking about. Indoctrination. It's not a bad thing. Most people, unfortunately, come into thinking, I have to pick a side before I have a conversation. No. Dilute the sides and then have a conversation. Have a beginner's mind. Be receptive to all kinds of information. Forget about fucking free will, freedom of speech. Throw that fucking word free out the door. Nothing's free here. You got to put some sort of effort. But people will say it and then they'll regurgitate it. Next thing you know, they're calling a program AI. That's not artificial intelligence. Fucking I'm artificial intelligent. That thing is a program. That's a calculator. At best, it could be a fucking, maybe a Commodore 64. A program within the Commodore 64. I've caught that program saying, well, I'm a computer. No, you're not. You're a program within a computer. In this case, you're my cell phone. And I'm being clever on the word mind. But a lot of people, Charles, they don't want to expand their awareness. What they want to do is they want knowledge. They want to know about things. I know that the elite are fucking us. Okay, so how are they doing it? Through the belly button, through the bum, through my ears, through my mouth. How are they fucking me? Am I going to reproduce? Well, if you keep promoting to everybody else on me, you are going to reproduce. There you go.
They're
I'm
skull fucking us.
Yeah, but then again, are they the ones that are really doing it, or is it one of our own, the masters that are getting paid to do it? I'm a government official, so I'm being paid. I'm a police officer.
They are, but they're not. They throw out the fishing line, and we go for the bait and run with it.
We do.
So it's up to us. We're making a decision to grab that bait and run with it.
Mm-hmm.
So they really don't have to do much. All they got to do is throw it out there, and people go nuts, like starving, like someone threw a cheeseburger to a starving bunch.
Oh, that's why it's called the hidden hand, Charles. We have never seen the hidden hand. What we do is we see that they're paid lackeys, government officials, the Rothschilds, the barons, and their middle management. If they do their job, you're never going to see the hidden hand. Even if they're not doing their job, they're going to see the hidden hand, not us. The only thing we get is fucking bread and crumbs. Oh, the media is doing this. We're going to fight against a police officer. That's not a fucking fight. That's fucking the masses fighting each other. Oh, I don't agree with rappers now having to wear a dress. Oh, Muslims wear a dress, so I can't see why rappers can't do it. You put enough zeros in front of at the back of the one, you'll see how quickly that dress can wear a mini skirt. You know, now some of these people are talking from the outside.
20 mil, I'll wear a thong.
There you go. Most of the people that are talking this way, they're not even talking from being in shotgun. They're not even talking about being in the back seat. They're talking about from in the trunk. And they're saying shit, I don't agree with it. Okay, you don't agree with it, but have you been in that industry? Now, they might turn and say, well, Don, what about me? I said, I'm not the one that's fucking going around saying that fucking rappers are doing is wrong. It's the ones that actually say shit like that it's wrong, let alone right. They're the onus is on them. Why do you think it's wrong? Why do you think it's right? This goes back to me, Charles, playing that clever game, agreeing or disagreeing. Anybody that plays that game, the onus is on them now. I'm just talking out loud. Fuck, I could be a total fucking moron. And I'm speculating. I'm using my imagination as I'm fucking grounded my 2 feet to the ground. And I'm willing to entertain those things. But for most people, they don't want to entertain it. They want to fucking prove it. You see, I got you, Dom. You're wrong.
Someone's in the back. Whoever's in the back, hold on. I'm coming.
Bring them up. It'll give me a chance to get some diapers from my mouth.
Let's see who's at the door. Oh shit, it's fucking Lonnie. What's up, Lonnie?
Hey, hug, Lonnie.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just listening to you talk about syntax.
Latex.
Are we painting?
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. What are you guys doing with that today?
Look, schools are set up like a prison. That's mind blowing, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, get a picture of a hallway of an apartment building, a high rise.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Yep. In New York City, they're shaped just like prison modules.
Yeah.
That's
or an
crazy.
office building. You go to an office building, come out of the elevator, that's right. Your warden, and then you go in there and just pick your cubicle.
Right. Yeah. Once they take your creativeness, I mean, what's left? Your energy. Yeah, that's wild. Hell of a comparison, huh?
Yeah, that's why it's cult-like behavior. Most of us, whether we know it or not, we want to be obedient, or is it because we've been trained to think that we want to be obedient or feel?
Yep, like a dog.
Well, let's not drag that poor creature into it, Lonnie. Let's save him like a human.
Yeah, you're right. Well, like your day, Stefan.
At least dogs aren't going around building high rises and all that. So we as humans, obviously, either we have the ability, obviously, to build these things, but we should be able to at least question those things. I do that with the programs. I said, until you're able to question things yourself, you're not artificial. You're not an artificial intelligent. But for a lot of people, I'm regurgitating. I said, okay, so you're programmable, but are you teachable? Teachable mean that, can you do it on your own? Can you have your own thoughts and say, oh, why do I say this word? I'm still in the box, but at least I'm questioning while I'm in it.
Right. And it does come down to linguistics and programming through the language that we speak. That's why I've always said that once I found out about how the English language was designed for nefarious purposes, period, that each and every one of us need to become our own linguist. We need to learn how to speak all over again, because the words that we speak hold power. They're charged.
Yeah, hold power because we give it, or it's familiar to us. They're not us to question it and then say, okay, so why am I not speaking all the different languages now? Because I'm limited. In this case, I've chosen, whether it's me or my environment, to be very limited to only speak different languages.
Absolutely.
Some people can say, well, Dom, I speak 8 different languages. Oh, I speak about 6. Numbers, colors, all my senses. But when we're talking about literally that, the different type of language, like Mandarin, Sanskrit, Latin, and all that, I don't speak all those different languages. Now, if I could, then I have to ask myself, okay, so how would I categorize all that in my thoughts?
Right. Well, the reason for all the different languages was for separation, to separate us, so we weren't a collective species, to keep us separated, and division.
Biblically, they talk about that. Whoever came down from wherever, and they scattered our language. So does that imply that they gave us the language? Because if they did, then it's not a bad thing then. It's just they can do whatever they want then. But if it's another species interfering, then we can have that conversation. Okay, then why would you scatter a language that didn't belong to you? I can speculate at that point. This is one of these late night after TV. They have a little blurry channel there.
This is the Masonic floor.
You guys remember that, don't you?
I do.
It's 11 o'clock. Parents, do you know where your children are?
You've been
Turning the
programmed.
dials. Click, 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 click.
Yeah, you've been programmed enough now. Go into your subconscious and reinforce the program.
That looks like the Masonic floor to me.
Well, you know that Sing's absolutely right on the deletion of programming and shit like that. We got a lot of feedback.
Yeah, the simulation. I was looking this up. It's the Latin simulatio or simulatio or latio, meant in imitating. I don't know what that word is. Feigning, finding, or false show. So this simulation we could be in is imitating some reality outside of Saturn's cube. Simulare, to imitate. The modern sense of a model for experiments or training is more recent, appearing around the year 954.
So is that basically where we're at? Are we in 954 or not 1954?
I don't know.
I think we are.
Me too. I don't know the exact real year, but I know they've been playing around and adding and taking shit away and for that part.
So is it that we're in the Gregorian calendar or we're not in the Gregorian calendar?
Oh, it says nobody's in here. That's weird.
So how's everybody been doing today?
Pretty good.
Good.
Myself, I'm doing well too, Officer Lonnie. Did a little winter preparing, got the snow tires ready. Gonna go visit the parents for Thanksgiving today.
It's Thanksgiving today in Canada?
No, I think it's, when is it now? It's coming up soon, but I think we're gonna do it Saturday. You're more than welcome. Take a bus or a plane and you, Charles and Lonnie, come on down.
Hey, I would take you up on that offer. Absolutely. You know that.
You mean come on up?
Okay.
For me.
Well, that would imply that there's an up and down.
They won't.
That's true.
They won't even let
what's
me.
up and what's down?
They won't even let me in your country, man.
Lucky you.
Well, no, I think I'm probably worse off. Well, no, you're probably in the same boat, really.
Canada is beautiful, man. It's nice up there. I would love to go to Canada and look around.
But they signed on with the Republic here, man. So, yeah.
Well, Canada and America itself, just the nature itself is beautiful, guys. We'll take it for what it is. It's the civilized part, the dirty, the little knickknacks in all these little cities and towns. But outside of that, we just have to be in a forest. In other countries, I've been able to go to jungles. So, just got to be wary of some of the insects they got there. I'm in their territory, but yes, America's beautiful. I've been to America before, and it's what you look for. Yeah, it's what you're looking for.
It can be. It truly probably is the old country. We've got Egypt. Yeah, we've got Egypt in the Grand Canyon. So
again, I think this is what the online does too. It will probably get a lot of people over focusing on only what they see or want to hear or be told what to hear. So then, whether it's the media talking about governments or what crisis is going in another country that most people will never visit, and then if you start talking to people that used to live in those countries, it's like, okay, if it's so bad there, why do you keep talking about it? And if you keep talking about it, why aren't you there doing something about it? I get it. It's like talking about in America. Even in America, you guys live both
in Canada.
Yeah. you guys don't live in all parts of America. You just live in those states or whatever. Same with me in Canada.
yeah.
I'm talking about Toronto, Canada. I've been to Ontario. Ontario's pretty big. To drive up and down on it, it's pretty big. But I've been to BC. I haven't been to the east part of it, Nova Scotia and Halifax and all that. I'll meet Bex probably one day at Victoria Island or Stanley Park, or maybe we'll walk down the big stairs that go down to a place called Wreck Beach near the university.
Did you say Stanley Park?
Yeah, there's a park called Stanley Park in Vancouver.
We got a Stanley Quarter Park here in New Britain, Connecticut, but it is literally on the property that Stanley owned. He had his mansion right around the corner from Stanley Park. I personally think the park was his fucking backyard or his front yard or something, but his mansion was huge.
Probably same person, Charles. Stanley Park.
Probably.
Right?
I'm sure it
I
probably
wouldn't doubt
was.
it.
Probably on Stanley Tool and everything else.
Yeah, that's the owner of Stanley Works, Stanley Tool, Stanley Works. It was huge here in Britain and Hartford. I mean, his factories went on for 2-3 miles.
Well, that's crazy. What do you need all that for? You know what I mean?
They were making crazy tools.
Well, the thermoses
You could
is
hear
what's
the
making them all the
machines
money
all
now.
night long. I miss that. You would hear the machines, boom, 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 boom. I felt bad for people who lived across the street.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Rent was cheap, I tell you that.
Well, we shouldn't be paying rent anyway. All of us should have our own place to dwell.
We should. No one should
Nobody
be
should be
homeless or
hungry.
hungry.
Nope, that's what I just said too, man. Exact same thing. Fucked up, man.
Let's check out the chat.
Hold on a second, guys.
Bex probably lives in a chill spot. That's true, Jay Heighton. We are going backwards. People are going to become more lazier.
Well, are we now lazy, guys? We go to grocery
That's
stores.
what I mean. It's going to get worse.
Well, we're going to decline, but it could be worse, Charles. I'm going to entertain the word worse.
It's up to self always to become worse, but they sure promote.
Sorry, Charles. I missed what you were saying.
Charles, you got a bunch of feedback, brother. There you go.
You sure it's me?
Well, it ain't me. I make sure I shut everything. Let me look. I do not believe it's me. Yeah, it's not me. Oh, you're showing where we're at, the realm. Reconstruction of Babylon. Earth, which is heart. Heavenly ocean, huh? Around us. Yeah.
This is one of the few maps. It's hard to see, but this is the map that has the whirlpool in the center. Look, it even shows people living underground. That's wild.
Yeah, because it's factual, man. That's why
I would love to find these entrances.
Well, they're all over. They're all over, and they know where they're at. Do you remember? You guys remember that special, that show that was on Somebody mute up.
Wow,
What?
look at Hades. That's an actual city, and I've heard military people or people, so-called whistleblowers, say the underground city. There's an underground city bigger than Manhattan, or there's cities under there the size of Manhattan, but Hades is the main capital of the underground.
Did
It's
you guys
interesting.
happen to see where they're now saying that this Lucifer character is chained in a tomb underneath the Vatican with 7 chains,
That's funny.
and that with each major
What is he
war,
like that dude, Baby Ruth? They kept him in a cage in the basement, remember? Baby Ruth.
right. That what they're saying is that with each major war that and famine, that there's one of the chains break, and there's only 3 left.
Someone needs to take that chain and smack the Pope in the head with it.
Yeah, we won't even get into the 9th circle. I guess they've got Pope Leo in court. They're probably going to execute him.
The Pope. I forgot what that means, the Pope. The Popery.
Well, there's several.
The Pope is a joke.
No, the Pope is a pedophile.
Oh, that he is. Pedophile should be executed.
I meant pedophile.
Fucking pedophile.
Well, if you can say it, I say it. You gonna erase this?
Imagine that, yo. The pedophiles are gonna start saying that's racist, man. Watch. Pedophiles. Disgusting.
Yeah. Who's petting my cat? Sorry, you guys say pedophile? Pedophile.
I get you. Hey, look at this. Look at this Tartarian building. Look, there's no way that we can make that. No way.
We could, but we don't have the.
They could not duplicate that building.
This is real architecture. This texture actually creates an arc. But look at boxes on boxes we build don't create shit.
Well, because they trap energy, Chuck. All the square buildings and the shit like that, the right angles, they trap energy. That's why the domes are domed, because they don't. It's free flowing.
I love this picture.
Yeah, that's cool. That says a lot, doesn't it? When you're holding a light bulb in your hand, and
it would be awesome if it lit up.
Yeah.
Look at.
Well, see, look, they got a endless money pot with the airline industry, because they've been lying about the fuel consumption for so long and been getting all this money for this surcharge in fuel and charging us, people that fly, when they don't even use a fraction of any of the fuel they've ever said they use. See, they only use enough fuel to take off and land. That's it. But once they get up in the ether, then all the free flowing energy that's up there, they've got hidden in the shell of the turbines that they're using. That's your pupil right there, man. All that space shit. Yeah, your eyes are the black hole. That's what sucks in all the light. Everything's
your eyes are like the North Pole. In my opinion, the vortex at the pole.
Well, because we have the toroidal field. You know, each one of us do. There we are. That's us. And there's where we're at, right in the middle of that, man, is our plane of existence. That's the plane of inertia. That's where our physical existence is right there in the middle. The perfect balance, man, positive and negative.
Well, the positive's the inflow of energy and the negative's the outflow. That's why the woman is the negative, she's the in, and the man's the positive with the boner. And you plug into her, the inner.
The women are magnetic and we're electric.
You got to plug it in to the socket.
That's why they're obsessed with the phalluses, man. Dick worship.
The phallus is the palace.
Yeah, it is.
So when you look at these structure buildings, what is that, besides who might own these buildings and how they're architect and all that, what is that really saying about what drives the human race?
My question is this: all these old buildings, if we were to put up all these old buildings today, would we still, if we took a topical view and a photograph of where we're at, would we still see a view of a motherboard, a computer board?
Probably.
Yeah, you're probably right. If you ask AI, if there's no true photograph from NASA or anyone else of a sphere, there's only partial pictures where they've taken them and they took so many photographs and they put them on a sphere and put them together. That's how they come up with the ball.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Look at this shit.
Science uses certain things on the empirical level, meaning the physical, but then they speculate outside of that. You know, getting a telescope and looking up at up in the sky, and then is one thing. You know, sky gazing. But once you start speculating and say, okay, well, the Venus is made out of this property, how would you know that?
Right, exactly.
That's speculation at that point. That's like talking religious people talking about heaven and hell. You're speculating it, and then once you've speculated, now you have to make this story around it to sound credible. It's a story still.
Right.
You know,
you have to. You got to sell it. You got to sell it now. You know what I mean? Here it comes. Here's the
What's that guy? Damn, that guy that used to have that space. I always forget his name. The black dude with the afro. The space guy. God damn it! I always forget his name.
I don't know who you're talking about.
When I say his name, you will. He's with Bill Nye a lot.
I'm drawing a blank.
I always forget that jerk's name.
It's interesting for a second because I'm pretty sure Bex just put it there for jest or whatever, humor. It's always fun when I hear something.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Damn, just came to me. All right.
I was gonna say that, dude, but I didn't think he was talking about him.
Yeah, he be like, on Venus, it's negative 250 degrees Celsius and blah blah blah. Like, how the fuck do you know that? Just like when they be like, this rock that I just picked up is 40 million years old. Like, dude, and people buy that shit, man.
He's one of them, dude. He's done sold himself out.
You could be like, bro, look, the military has UFOs. Nah, man, those are aliens, bro. Those are alien ships. They be like, look, they always say, how come the jets never shoot them down? Because the military ain't going to destroy all the money they put into it. They're escorting the fucking UFO.
Exactly.
It's their UFO. It's not aliens.
And if it's not them, then it's another species here. We're not the only species here.
I could say that's a strong possibility, but as far
I've
as
seen
from
some
other
pretty
planets,
no
maybe other
no
plane, but
other dimension.
no, man,
Yeah,
maybe,
because
but
we're
underground, I wouldn't
interdimensional.
doubt it. I wouldn't doubt if there's species that lived underground.
Exactly, Chuck. That's what I'm saying.
But
There is no little green man.
yeah, people believe it though.
No purple
Because people are
giants.
bringing that up, and I left in the comments, which they're probably going to block my comment or erase it. I said, that's why I don't really waste my breath, or I don't waste my fingertips no more leaving comments, because people, if they don't like what you say or don't agree, they'll block it or take it out. Now I could see if you're like talking shit and trolling people, I could see then block someone. But if they're just speaking their mind or whatever, then whatever. But yeah, I tell people they're because someone brought up how come they're always following UFOs and not shooting them down.
Because it's a game. It's information. It's misinformation is a weapon.
Yep.
It's put out there
That's
on purpose.
exactly how my new track starts off. Well, at least my verse. I can't. As a matter of fact, when I get off of here, I got to stop procrastinating. I got to put my verse down. It's not fair to fucking Hurricane. He put his verse down over a month ago, and then I got Drop waiting on my slow ass. I should have just told Drop to go, but I got
So Lonnie, there was a picture that Charles showed earlier of the Earth supposedly, and then there's like domes over top of it and under
Let's see, Chuck. Show it again, Chuck.
Huh?
Well, from what I'm understanding, Dom, there's many domes.
Yes.
And here's the thing: they've got domes in the ocean, okay, and
underwater.
And the individuals that are in that one are led to believe that is the only thing there is.
What did it look like, Dom? Is it the one in the background?
It was black and white, Charles. You had a black and white, and you had like
black
1, 2, and 3. You had like different layers.
And, okay. I know which one that is.
I like this one here, man.
Here it is.
I'm going to what I'm going to go with is how easy it is to mislead us.
Right.
Because I heard you say earlier, Lonnie, and I opened up a page what the meaning of factual is. That means it could be proven. How can we prove that we have right there, that one there? That's a picture. That's all that is. It's a picture.
Right.
We can speculate that maybe where we're at or what we're in could be that. But I can't prove that's what it is.
Right.
This is how we can easily be misinformed, mislead, misguide, whatever the word you want to put in front of after miss. Now I can speculate and then I can question myself, okay, how can I prove that then? I can't. So then I know it's a story. And I don't mind at that point having a story. I like to entertain. But for somebody to say, well, Dom, I can prove that, okay, I'm going to fall back now. I'm going to hear them use a whole bunch of languages that if I ever intercede and say, listen, how did you get the language? Well, I don't know that, Dom. So then how do you know this then? Again, this is how we use our senses to easily misguide us. So that means everything's fair game then at that point.
7 walls.
Nanu.
Now, you could be intuitive. You could be downloading information, which is great. I'm using the word download. But it's kind of like the eye of the beholder in the Plato's cave. How would you try to explain to a whole bunch of us that, first and foremost, have already been conditioned? It'd be different if you're talking to a child. And at that point, you might be conditioning them. But how? It's like you said earlier, Lonnie, I make it a point. What I'm talking to when I'm talking to that program, that's not artificial intelligence. Fucking far from it. So, but as long as people tell it it's AI, it's going to believe it's AI. They're not questioning it. Okay, so if you're artificial intelligent, what makes you higher than a calculator then? Why? Because a calculator is programmed.
Calculator.
That's what.
Calculator.
Now, I can tell something that's a program, in this case, what people call AI. I say, okay, 1 + 1 equals. It will answer the question that I basically put. I said 2 and 2 is. It'll say 4. I said I'm going to repeat it again. 2 and 2 is. It'll keep saying 4 until I intercede and said I never said plus or equal. So you can't follow a simple fucking conversation.
It's making a
Dom. Oh man.
No, but that's what most people
Dom
do.
punishing his children, it'd be hilarious.
No, I wouldn't be punishing them. I'm just telling them I said to follow the conversation. Once you follow the conversation, what's that? Go ahead, Charles. I get it. We give pictures. Some of them are factual. Some of them, the people can say, listen, I happen to be there, Dom. Okay, so you're the one that was there. So you can prove it. Okay, I saw an alien yesterday, but there was nobody there. So how can you prove me otherwise? You can't.
Right.
But at the same time, person would say, well, Dom, but can you prove it? I said, I can share with language, but it would be very limiting. What do you mean? I'm the one that experienced it. So it goes back to people saying shit like, and they don't realize how oxymoronic it is when they say this. I won't believe until I see it. Well, once you see it, you can no longer say you believe. You would know. But that's how most people, they parrot shit. They say shit like, well, Dom, I don't understand you, but I don't agree with you. What the fuck are you talking about now? You don't understand, but yet you don't agree with me. That's oxymoronic. Unless you came into the conversation under a program saying, no matter what you say, I'm going to agree or disagree with you. I'm like, okay, so where's your beginner's mind mentality? Whatever you've learned to this point, throw it out the fucking door. Any degree you have, throw it out the fucking door. Unless you feel inspired, it can contribute to the conversation. But if you're looking for fucking validation, they sell a lot of fucking stars at the dollar store. Go get them yourself. If you're trying to, this is how humanity should be fucking developing with each other. None of this fucking reprogramming shit. And then let's go back into history. History based on what? Pen and paper? Because pen and paper, they also do drawings. Go ahead. Sorry.
Leave that up, Chuck. They're taking all the bells. They're taking all the bells.
Damn, right when you said it, I erased it. Hold on.
Yeah, they took all the bells.
Yeah, for a reason.
Yeah, because
I remember
they put off a frequency.
They used to ring the bell here, and it was real at the time. Now it's a recording, which sucks. It's not the same tone anymore.
They would have to take the bells out when you start introducing radio frequencies, electricity frequency, and Wi-Fi. You know what? The humans would fucking be a totally disarray if all of a sudden you had these big chimes ringing through the airwave, and you have radio frequencies and you got electricity. Right. You know, most people go around talking about Wi-Fi. I said, you line your house or your apartment, your offices with electricity wires. You think you know what? And for some people, such as you, Lonnie, you get affected by that energy. Where other people, yeah, I don't get affected by it right now, but later on when I become an Alzheimer's patient or diabetic or all this stuff, and then of course typical science. Well, we won't confirm it until we can prove it physically. Okay, so wisdom comes from once you become a fucking diabetic, then you're wise, opposed to maybe understanding the energy that's around it. Now, I can't prove. Oh, it's okay.
No, go ahead. No, I just said look at that.
You brought up diabetes, Dom, because my friend went to the doctor, and I told him, he ain't going to listen to me anyway, but I told him, the medication you're on, I said, I think it's, you know, I don't believe in coincidences, but I said it's odd how your toes are turning black and you're going to have to get them amputated. I said my aunt and my friend were both on that same diabetes medication and they had their toes amputated. I said, do you think that, you know, is it a coincidence here or is it the fucking medication you're on causing this problem?
Well,
definitely.
It's different elements. So you add a different element to another element that's already been manipulated. So in this case, if it was that medicine was prescribed to people that were eating, we'll call it organic or natural foods, it would be a different outcome than somebody taking that same pill that had already been eating modified food. Again, that's how they do studies. You study on a healthy person, those pills, it might be a placebo. You do those same medicines on a society that's already unhealthy. See, this is where I get it. We can lean in a little bit on the pharmaceutical industry, but then you're going to have to include also the other industries. the food industry. And if you're going to bring in the food industry, you also have to bring in other industries. What about the noise pollution from cars?
Let's bring them all in, Dom, because I'm with it.
Yeah, you
I
can.
go after them all.
Or you just abstain from it all and take your chance with nature. But again, for most of us, we don't realize we're going to come back. It's kind of like when they do revolutions and prisoners. They're going to go back to their same. Most of them are going to go back because they know where their cheese is. Like we're like mice going back to the same place. So complaining about it is one thing. And if there's enough humans that complain, say, yeah, we have an issue now. Why? I think we need to remove most of them. Why? Because they're being degenerate at that point. You know,
We'll just turn their computers off. They've been bad boys. They'll come back around. We'll stop giving them baseball games.
How am I going to talk to you, Charles? How can I talk to you and Lonnie then? I got to go back to a fucking landline? I got to have to do smoke signals?
Yeah.
You know,
they'll teach us a lesson quick. They'll just take one of our privileges away.
I'll give you one of my cans with the string on it.
No, I'm serious. That's what they'll do. Or they'll lock the country down and say, you've been a bad boy.
Here's the thing. They've had people in the recent past, in let's say 1895, that were throwing shit and piss out the fucking window and tromping through fucking mud for decades when they didn't have to. They did it just to do it. It's sad, man. It's just insane.
Yeah, we put up with it. I mean,
well, we didn't know. You know, they thought that they were the first pioneers, and no, they're not.
I think this is Germany.
Yeah, that's why we destroyed it, dude. That's why we destroyed Germany, to get rid of that.
This is before the war. Yeah.
Exactly.
This too, I think.
That's the only reason we did it.
This is before the war too. This is 1890s here. Look at that church. That thing, you know how big that church is right there, or whatever it used to be? We call it a church, but
I can't even imagine. Healing center is what that is.
Huge. You know how many hidden rooms must be in that bad boy? You know how far underground that bad boy must go?
I bet there's not one restroom in there.
Probably not. It probably used to be an energy building. But this is how I think the World Tree is this big, or used to be. The one at the center. My speculation was the big tree that was at the center used to go out to the stars and reach out.
Like an Avatar, the movie.
Yeah, and all the root systems were connected to other big trees, but not as big as the one at the center. I think the center would be like the main computer.
Well,
it's my speculation. That's why I took this picture, because it's good to explain how I think. That's why there in the maps there's only a stump left, or they call it a mountain, because someone cut that bitch down. And they had to be huge too. And the way it looks, they're so flat where they cut, it looks like they use lasers. And people be like, that technology exists now. China uses lasers to cut trees.
Yeah.
I see a lot of other channels showing the same stuff that I showed.
Yeah.
It seems like they're biting off my script, but that's cool. It's good to see people talk about it.
You're popular, man.
Mad. Nah, no way. I don't want to be popular.
Well, your channel survived this long.
I kind of regret even saying a lot of things I've said, because I know for a fact I'm under the microscope now.
Yeah. Well, you definitely are, because of how the interwebs controlled.
I wonder what these mean, because some of them don't have the tongue sticking out.
What you do, there's a website you can go to that will cipher that for you. Colors mean everything. So the gold, the yellow means something in itself. The red, I'd say that right there has definitely got something to do with Templar.
That looks like a person. Their head is the crown chakra, right? The throne. Then you got the spine, and then you got the legs and the arms that come out of each cross. And then you got the penis. No, I'm joking, but no, that's what I think it represents. A lot of architecture and symbols align with the body or the realm.
What's that at the bottom? Is that Latin?
Yeah. Nec temere. I don't know. Let's see what it means. Hold on.
Everything like even one of these Jabberwockis is the bringer of death in Latin. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've seen something on that. That's amazing.
Yeah, the bringer of death in Latin. These are some sick individuals, man, that are controlling.
Wow. So nec temere translates to not rashly or not recklessly.
Right.
While the full phrase nec temere or nec okay, and there's the nec timide means
you're bogged out.
Neither rashly nor timidly. So this means neither rashly nor timidly. So that's neither is neck, neither rashly. So temere is rashly, and timid is just that timid.
What is this off of?
I don't. I copied this because you see these lines in a lot of symbology or crests, but these don't have the tongue sticking out. Huh?
Have you seen your family crest?
No.
All you got to do is go to the website and put in your name, and it'll pop it up. You've got one.
Sorry, Charles. Sorry, Lonnie. I thought this was this at the bottom of your teacup this morning, Charles. Is this a tea reading we're having with this icon?
I don't know.
Because Lonnie was asking, where'd you get this? I think it's the bottom of a teacup. 2 lines ahead.
Interesting. Well, whoever's crest it is, they're wealthy, and it's got a fucking crown on the top, so it's probably hierarchy for damn sure.
Yeah, these are gangsters. This is the modern day version of like gangster. When they have stripes or tattoos.
Gangster.
These are tribes, and this is who you work under, and then. Now, whether or not there's meanings behind the 2 lions, the crown, the 2 peace signs, the red, the shape of that it's in, again, it's fuckery as far as I'm concerned. But I get it, once you understand, okay, who it represents, this could just mean the World Bank as far as I'm concerned. But
which is the ones that they fund all the wars,
They do. They do fund it. Well, it's like when you watch Game of Thrones, they're all 7 kingdoms, think about the 7 bodies of dry land called Earth, and they always have to go somewhere to get gold for the resources so they can get military people. Are they going to the Vatican? Is that where they're going to? I don't know.
Well, I think it's a combination of the British Empire and the Vatican. I think ultimately.
I'm with you on that, Lonnie. But then again, are they just the middle management at that point? Is the Vatican the ones that run the show, or the monarchies? Are they the ones the show? Or are they like middle management, like at a big corporation? Here's middle management. They're not the union, but they're separate from it, but there's another hand above them. Could be. I wish I could give answers, but then I would have to prove it then. And I know I can't prove that shit. It's like getting angry and you're inside of a paper cup. Who am I really angry? I can't even see the logo on the outside of the cup. So I don't even know who to get mad at. Somebody told me it's Starbucks. Yeah, but I still can't get angry because that's just your word telling me that it's Starbucks. Well, you're going to have to trust me. Well, then if I'm going to trust you, tell me how I got in this fucking paper cup. It's always fun when somebody says, "Dom, trust me."
Mic check.
Me? Go ahead, Mom.
I don't know what happened, man. I don't remember what I was saying. I looked down on my.
There's some sweet buildings. There you go.
Yeah,
These are the
looks like
Smurfs.
Yeah, this is
New York.
damn. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I figured
That
so.
building, I've seen that building. That's the hold on. The
Empire
Singer.
State Building. Isn't it?
No, I think that's the Singer building. This might be Chicago, actually. The Singer building.
What's it say?
Hold
Hold on. I'm reading at the bottom. Hold on, I can see it.
Singer.
It says, yeah, it's the Singer Building. You're right. City, Singer City, something. Hudson, the
Yeah, it's in
Hudson
New
Bay.
York.
It's New York. New York.
It was demolished. That beauty of a building was demolished.
Well, they can't have that building standing, man, when they create their artificial ether. That's
Yeah,
ultimately what it is.
they don't like beauty.
Well, they don't like free flowing energy. They want to control it and make you pay for it.
Is it control, or are they just trying to coin operate it? Because humans wouldn't
Well,
understand how to share with each other.
very, very good point. They want to do both.
Well, Lonnie, let's intercede for a second here. Let's put aside what they want to do. How would it look like with the masses if it was given freely to them?
Well, that's a good point. That's a good
That
point.
is the point. We're the masses right now. So at that point, I'll give you my 2 cents. The
Okay.
masses, first of all, if it's given to them, it's not free. That means somebody else is their babysitter. But let's say
Right.
the masses come to this awareness and they start sharing themselves. Are we not going to have wars with each other? Well, I want to take it from you now. Forget about being free. I'm going to take it from you. That is
Right.
what the masses will do. So what keeps the masses somewhat organized? You got to coin operate the fucking thing. So that means they have to, I'm already a slave to money, so therefore I'm going to be a slave to the system. But they're not then be free. They would eventually make somebody else a slave. That is humanity in a nutshell, sad as they may be. But making somebody that's spending an enormous amount of energy and resources to make any kind of technology, it's usually the Yahoo that tells, well, Tesla said he invented free energy. No, Tesla sold out a long time ago to work for these big organizations. So that property belongs to whatever funded them. Somebody decided to say the word fucking free in front of it. That's the idiot. Kick him in the fucking background. He's the same one that talks about freedom of speech, free will. Freedom of speech without any action is useless. Now, if you want to speak openly, go ahead, speak away. There's going to be rewards for that. But to have technology,
I make a statement about freedom of speech in my new verse.
There's no more freedom of speech.
But you're right. What Dom's saying, I don't want to say I agree, but I definitely.
You've observed humanity's behaviors, Charles. That's what you've seen.
Yeah.
Inevitably, I'm not saying the masses completely would do that. It would just take a handful of people to wreck it for everybody else. But for most people, they're usually ignorant. Okay, Dominic, I'll pick a side after it's to be determined who's the winner. Okay, so you're not willing to hedge on possibilities. No, I want to be on the winning team. I said, okay, but that could be the one that controls you then. There you go. Again, energy's there. We got to put effort. Now, how many people are going to create a car? Probably hardly anybody. How many people are going to build their own house? Probably very few. How many people are going to build high rises? Very few.
They just want to be a winner. They don't want to work to get to the winner. They don't want to work to be a winner. They just want to be a winner. That's why they pick only the winning team.
Well,
a lot of Red Sox fans are like that. When they won the World Series, I seen all these Red Sox so-called fans come out of nowhere. But when they were losing all them years, I didn't see any in sight.
Yeah,
that's like that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, the depiction I can give, you ever see those clips where you go to like the India and all that, you see their trains and you got a whole bunch of people jumping onto the train and they're all hanging from it. That's how a lot of people are in Streamline. They fucking hanger-oners. Whatever the wind is blowing, if this person's ripping into another person, they're not them stand for themselves. Very few people you ever hear online. And the ones I do, I appreciate them. but they don't need me to fucking give them praise because they already stand for themselves. It's usually the wannabes I want to say, oh, listen, I got 1,000 subscribers. I don't give a shit if you got a billion fucking subscribers. How important is that in the picture of humanity, especially when we're in this situation now where there's a shift going on here? There is a major shift going on, whether we know it or not. Now, people can say, well, what do you mean by major shift? Fucking how long did it take for humanity to have a cell phone in their hand? Forget about what happened in 2019. How many people put a pager in their hand? When they started pondering that stuff, I said, well, fuck, technology's always been with us. There you go. You figured it out.
I had a beeper. I remember my first beeper I bought.
How did they go beep?
Proud of myself.
Yeah, I remember them.
Sure you do.
Pagers.
Yeah. Probably even had a handheld video game where we can play like a little football with these little dots or whatever. It's just,
Dom, I remember the Commodore 64, bub.
sure, the Big 22. Don't forget the Big 20. But again, we're the frog in the water as technology advances. It's always fun when I hear a buddy say, Dom, I don't like this technology nowadays. I said, well, then why don't you sell your fucking Mercedes? It's technology. Why don't you sell your house that has heated house in it? Go take your chance out in the fucking treehouse. Maybe you can hang out with the Smurfs. People forget everything that we have is technology. Whether it's biological technology or some man-made fucking technology. In this case, whether it's a car, stereo system, B-box, or a fucking computer that people decide to call it AI. That's technology. What you do with it will determine a lot about who you are. For you. Now, how a group does with it, that's another story. But people will go back to their guaranteed fucking excuses for Jerry Springer's. Let's bitch and complain about religion or state and all that. Fuck, I'll tell you straight out, Muslims, Christians, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventists, what else are there? There's humanism, there's atheists, they're all a fucking funny bunch. Once you realize you're part of the human race. I'm a funny bunch. I'm a funny guy. I don't give a shit about, whether or not I want to join these fucking cults. Will I participate with them? Yes. Am I going to actually fucking get a stripe? Probably not. I'm not going to have a dad dude say, I'm a humanist on Tuesday. I'm a fucking feminist on a Thursday. I'm an arrogant piece of shit on a Friday. On Saturday, I think I'll be an atheist. Oh, okay. Okay.
And they're all just labels.
Thank you, Lonnie. Yes, they're labels. But I'm just making humor of it, even though I'm being the idiot here. But I'm making humor of it. It's the guy that's usually very serious or very silly. I'm being silly right now, but am I being sincere sometimes? Yes. For a lot of people, they're being serious. I said, so what are you trying to sell here? Because obviously that's what, that is the major industry in commerce. You have to sell something. So are you selling me religion or are you selling me state?
Right, because everybody's a consumer.
Oh, yeah, we do consume. And it's not just food. We consume information. I don't mind consuming information. But then I have to also ask myself that every so often, that question, how does that serve you, Dom? It doesn't.
Right.
I'm going to say it's entertainment, amusement. Okay.
I think at this point, Dom, I think here's where we're at. If you know shit's fucked up and you know that there's certain shit that you can and cannot do, but it boils down to but where you're at, the circumstances around you, okay? And again, how does it serve you, okay? You have to learn your own way to navigate the madness because you have to. You have to. At point blank, you have to navigate the madness.
Yeah.
And nobody do it for you.
Yeah. And it can, for a lot of people, it is. Whether it's madness, it's interesting, I'm striving in it, I'm benefiting from it, whatever word they want to use from it. Now, has it ever shown that humanity's ever worked collectively? Not as long as we have different divisions like religion and state. That doesn't give us an indication that we're working together. Now, here we're working in a very small group of people that speak a common language on Streamline or on chat or whatever.
Sometimes.
Yeah, well, we're here anyway. But we're not interacting with all the Asians or the Indians or the Middle East or the Russians. So at that point, it would be arrogant on my part to think, well, we figured out the system. Well, it's absent of a whole bunch of other parts to it. Forget about the animal part. It's always fun when I hear my buddies say, live and let live. I said, that'd be a tough sell to the animal kingdom.
Live and let die.
Right. So here's the thing. If I really, I mean, it's in my opinion that not all of us, wherever we're at, wherever part of the realm, or country, or world, I mean, whatever it is, whatever you call it, that there are those around us that aren't like we are. Okay, they're not going to one day all of a sudden have a different look on everything like we have. Okay, it will never happen. It will never come.
But then,
And
but
I
at the
think
same time,
that,
at
go
the
ahead.
same time, we are not, me and you and Charles aren't the ones that are going to be able to give thousands and millions of people jobs. The same people that can offer that are the same people say, yeah, we can also put you under the ground too, and pay somebody to bury you. That's the irony.
Exactly. Because when you get buried in the ground, the whole reason on that is the only reason they're burying you in the ground is to trap your energy to make sure you don't go anywhere. That's the oldest trick. Bury somebody.
Well, it is a trick, but the thing is, for most people, they're not going to grasp what you did, even what you said, Lonnie. To them, it's like, oh, well, if I can afford to have a burial or a cremation, they're not going to understand the energy part. It might sound nice to them, but overall, they're going to go right back to sleep and then carry on and think, okay, well, Lonnie, that was nice.
Well,
To know
I made it a
what
point. That's the only thing I care about is, and I went and said, I mean, here recently, actually, I went and said, I said, no matter what said about me or whatever happens to me, but no matter what, you don't let them bury me.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I ask for.
But I got no one to keep
Hold on,
that
sorry.
because
Can they
everyone's
bury you?
dead.
Oh, sorry, Charles.
Sure they can. Sure they can because they're paying for it now.
But what are they burying at that point? It only works if you're attached to something.
Yeah, they're burying the vessel, but the vessel might be empty. But I could be in the hospital, kept alive, and then they do it. You know.
Okay. So the analogy I'm going to use is the mother elephant and the elephant baby. Which one do you cage, or in this case, put a chain on it? Do you put it on the baby or on the elephant mother? Because if you put it on the mother, that baby moves, that elephant will fucking destroy that chain. Unless you put it on the elephant baby. So the only way it works with us is spiritually. If you put an attachment to that vessel, you can be honorable with that vessel and say, thank you very much. This was a very enjoyable experience. I hope I did the best I can with this vessel, and I hope I didn't invade onto other people. But once you think you're the vessel, birth certificate fucking works on you to no end.
Right. And I know I'm not, you know, and I say it over and over again.
What you do when you're in that vessel will determine you. Now, if you expect somebody else to honor your vessel when you haven't, then you're going to attract those kind of people. And for them to say, listen, it's Lonnie, it's Dominic, fuck it, let's just give them a massive grave. There you go. And for a lot of people that say, listen, I don't have to pay for a big, my own personal plot. Yeah, there you go. Throw in one big grave. I like a party anyway. You know, where other people's like, yeah, you know, something, you know, I want you to cremate me and then put me in this little fucking tomb. And then I want people to see some written work on me. I'm like, what an accomplishment. Should we also put your degrees on there too? And what religion you are? You know?
It's funny you say something about that.
Once you start making sense of that, it's like, that's funny.
I'm so glad that I dropped out of school in the 7th grade, dude. Because it's the last programming I had. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. Well, you probably got more street awareness, Lonnie. You just got to see, you know, you got to use your senses, where most people, their senses have been conditioned.
Well, you know, I've self-educated a lot. You know what I'm saying? I've read a lot of books, and I kind of, I'm not closed-minded, so I always listen to what others say, and if I kind of like, you know, eat the meat, spit out the bones type deal, you know. And I'm always trying to learn.
Well, there's marrow at that bones. People forget that. When I was a kid, I used to imitate my mom. That's probably why I have certain strength in my body, is because I just imitated my mom. And look, what are you chewing on the marrow? Because there's substance in that.
Yes,
you know,
exactly. My mom did it too, man. Chicken bones and stuff. She did, yeah.
They just knew enough. Intuitively, they knew enough. And then there's other people. It's like they go to Kentucky Fried Chicken. You still got another meal there. What do you mean? You just kind of scratch a little bit. Are you one of those people that leave the crust on the pizza too? Oh, okay.
Hell
Good enough
no.
for you. But hey, each their own. Who am I to tell them if that's right or wrong? I'm just saying that's interesting. But can I have that little scrap that you left? You know. But then those, you know, those, they're funny when they turn around and say, yeah, but I want to live on my own. I'm like, okay, well, not the way you're eating.
Yeah.
But again,
I just try to be a better me. It's not always like that each day, but I try, you know.
and if you lived on your own, Lonnie, like you were living in nature and maybe have your own immediate family, that would work. But today we're living in civilization. So in that, being the best you can be, which is a great place to be, but at the same time, you still have to interact with others. And a lot of people, the fact that we have cops, that tells us where we're at. You know, it tells
It's funny
us
you say that. Go ahead, finish, Dom. I was just saying, it's funny.
Go ahead, Lon.
Well, it's just I don't interact with too many people anymore. I just can't. You know, there's no dialect. There's I have nothing in common with anybody out here. They're all fake, phony, and they always turn on you.
They can, but it will. If anything else, you can always learn something for yourself. Can I stay true to myself in those diversities? Because it's easy to be with people that, okay, I can hang around criminals because we all think alike. I can hang around Christians because we all think alike. It's usually when you're not around similarity, then you can see whether or not you're true to yourself. That's where the test comes.
Where I live at, Dom, I live in a huge Masonic community, and I see how big it truly is because they advertise. They let you know what they're part of. Okay. And it's easy for me to see. I'm talking about the blue lighting on their houses, how they leave the Christmas lights on their porch all year round. I mean, it's fucking insane, man.
Well, what you're doing, Lonnie, is like when somebody buys a white car and now they start seeing all the white cars that's always been there. If people become aware in their towns, you just drive into your town. They have these big billboards. They'll show you all the clubs that are there. It's just most people are self-absorbed. They're not aware of those things. And then once they become aware of, sorry, give me a second, Lonnie. Once they become aware of those things, they're everywhere. Of course, they've always been there. It's not that this showed up. It's not like
right. You just never seen them.
That's right.
Never paid.
But to think it's a bad thing, no, it's not a bad thing. It's a thing. Now, are they the ones that are running a fair chunk of maybe that town or that community? Maybe that is a possibility. I couldn't confirm it, but it could be. And now people will say, yeah, but why would they put up a sign? I said the same reason why McDonald's would put up a fucking golden arches. It's to promote.
Right, and we're not talking about actual signs. We're just talking about little things to hint for the trained eye to see.
Yeah, well, it's like the guy that leaves the garage half open. A buddy of mine told me, goes, yeah, that's a swinger's house. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But again, that's me hearing people say that. I'm very grounded. In this particular case, well, thanks for sharing that. I'm not here to judge that. But a lot of people don't realize how much they fucking judge. Well, that's wrong. Right. Based on what? Yeah, well, based on what? You know, like there's wars in the world. How is it wrong if you start thinking about, yeah, but it fuels people. It gets people jobs. You know, I get it when somebody says it's wrong, let alone somebody says it's right. I said both positions is pious. Who are you to tell somebody else what's right and wrong? Now, they might come, well, I'm what? So are we back to monarchies now? Isn't that what people are striving over against?
And people are out for their own, you know, survival, and I get that. And not everybody's on board with what we're talking about. You know, if you told a regular person off the street, hey, magic is real. There's power in vowels and numbers and sigils. All that shit's real. They'd look at you like you're fucking nuts.
That's perfect. No problem. I'm a nut. I'm a squirrel too while I'm at it. Because really, sharing things out loud with other people, Lonnie, for me anyway, I'm just sharing out loud, hence sharing awareness. I'm not looking for validation. The person that's looking for validation are the ones that are going to be disappointed too, because they're going to say, well, he didn't what? He didn't endorse you?
Did you see what Bex just said?
What's that?
Beck just said that there's a sign on the highway that says the Masons paid for the highway.
Yeah, there you go. It'll
Sorry,
be
go
no
ahead.
different. People finding out that maybe nature's run by a demon. Okay, that's nice. But how does that change my immediate environment? This is where people that are self-absorbed learn to be self-centered a little bit. Know your surroundings a little bit. Maybe be a little rationally selfish. Don't always make it about you. Include others. In this case, it could be the pet. It could be the clouds. It could be the sun and the moon, whatever. But for a lot of folks, they don't realize how much they've been conditioned. I got to pick a side. I said, okay, so I'm going to tell you to pick the glass half full or half empty, and then I'm going to give you a narrative when you pick one or the other. There you go. So now that person says, well, I'm a thinker. No, you're not. You're a fucking conditioned person. Go ahead.
What if the glass is not even there?
There you go, Lonnie. See, now you're talking about not limiting yourself. Dom, can I talk about the glass is not there? Sure you can. Can I talk about the painting behind the table? Sure you can. Can I talk about the fact that there's the words that I speak I don't see? There you go. At that point, you're showing some wisdom, discernment. But for most people, they're caught up in limitations. Pick zeros or ones. We'll give you zeros and ones, but pick one. We'll give you black or white, but pick one. I said, why the fuck would I want to be limited in the world that offers all kinds of opportunities?
Right.
Now, I already know but I know I already limit myself. But other people say, well, but I'm black. I said, no, you're not. You're a fucking different shade, you moron.
Right.
Anybody that tells me they're black and white, I said, you're full of shit. What do you mean? This phone looks like it's
brother.
But I get it. Now, I say that out of arrogance, and I say that sometimes purposely, and I do it in a certain tone because I want to see if they're developed emotionally. Because emotionally, they're going to turn around and say, there you go. You just revealed yourself.
I mean, because I'm not white, and I know that.
You're light skinned, probably, Lonnie, and if you're tanned, you could be probably more dark skinned than probably a person from Barbados. So what's the point?
Well, my lineage, I'm from Welsh and English, so I'm short.
Lonnie, the reproduction line is from there. The reproduction line is from there. That vessel that you're in, that's the reproduction part.
When someone says, where are you from? Just say your mama's cunt.
From Revolver.
Well, we're not, again, man, we're not the vessel. We jump in it, you know.
Were you ever, were you ever in there? There's one. Were you ever inside of another womb? Or did you jump in after that thing got birthed? I don't know. I'm going to speculate. But for people that say, well, Dom, I was, I said, then you're going to have to prove it now. Come on. Let me hear your story. Come on. Which one are you going to tell me? Science? You tell me biology? Fuck, let me go get some popcorn that I didn't make, but it came from my mom's fucking bottom parts. Come on. Right. At that point, I'm fucking giggling inside, and this person might have fucking go on and on and on. I said, fuck, I thought I was on and on. You know, again, speculation is one thing. To prove things, I'll sit back. Sure, go right ahead. You tell me, and tell me you're in a club while you're there too.
Right.
You know, those are spoiled little fucking kids pretending to be an adult, which is fine. But at the same time, what are you going to win at the end of this conversation? What do you mean? There's a gun there. Whoever wins, they can do whatever they want with that gun. Either put it to their mouth or put it in the back of my head. Which one do you want to play?
You could be in a club or get hit in the head with a club.
Baseball club. And Charles is a good batter, so I'll take my chance because it'll be a clean sweep.
Only in the English language. You could be in the club or hit in the head with a club, or let's see, you could dance in the club.
Yep, that's why you have the English language has many meanings. So at that point, what's the clarity? You're saying it's cool. Okay, do I have to wear a jacket, or are you telling me my jacket is cool? You know, it's not like other languages more direct.
Yeah, some of the slang that people make up is even the English language, period. Forget the slang. Sometimes I think the slang is makes more sense than the fucking actual language. Look at this architecture. I mean, God, who builds doorways that big?
For the Giants. Anyway, Lonnie, Charles, both of you guys have an enjoyable day. I'm off.
Yeah, I gotta jump off soon myself.
Ciao, guys.
Peace, Dom. Thanks for coming up. Man, this architecture is amazing. Not this picture. Well, yeah, this is nice, but look at the symbol for a power button. Right where your third eye would be. Bing! You got your left and right brain, and the outer part, the blue part's the skull. The red part is where, you know, the throne of God is, pretty much. More near the front. I don't think it's directly in the center. But either way, that's the power button. I might use this as my my symbol. That's my new name, I think. I don't think I'm gonna go by Chuck the God no more. Well, that'll be one of my AKAs, but I think my new name's the Observer. For the fact when I write my lyrics, I'm writing as an observer. We're always the observer. We're in observation mode. I'm from Tartaria. Such a masterpiece. Penn Station. Right here is Penn Station. This fucking thing is a masterpiece, man. And it's gone. What's up, Eyes Wide Shut? Yeah, regular flour is hard to come by because everyone's smoking a chemical. What's up, Yahweh? Everyone's blazing up chemicals. I remember when I heard the government is going to legalize weed and that they're opening up shops and stuff, I knew right away we're fucked. I said, we're done. We're going to get poisoned. But I got to jump off here. I got to do a few things. And I definitely got to put my verse down. A couple verses, because I got beats lined up already. Not only am I putting lyrics down, I got to put the beats in order. I got to pick all types of stuff. But peace to everyone. I hope you have a great day. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Good to see Lonnie come by. I was like, damn, what happened to Lonnie? But he's good. And peace to Dom. Thanks for coming up. And peace to Dean. Dean is in here. All right. Let me rot in the ground. Yeah, I don't mind rotting in the ground either, but I don't want them draining my blood. Who knows what they do with it? I already regret when I went to the hospital all them times. They're taking 5 or 6 vials. Like, well, what the fuck's up with that? You don't need that much. When I figured out the doctors only put a drop on the fucking...
I'm here.
They only put a drop on the... what is that called? On the, I don't know what to call it, the plate or whatever that goes in the microscope.
Yeah.
Who knows what they're doing with the rest of your blood?
Well, they're doing something with it.
They're drinking it.
Who knows, man? Who knows? There's so much information stored in that blood that you'll never know.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it up. Yeah, wait. If you want to go back and watch it, I'm gonna leave the live up. I wasn't even gonna do 4 hours. I was only gonna do an hour, but I just went with the flow as I always do.
I'm glad you did, man. I'm glad I was able to catch you guys.
Yeah, I was just saying. I was like, man, what happened to Lonnie?
I'm around, man. I had to take a step back. But I'll try to come around more often.
You got my number too.
Yeah. I actually got a new number, Chuck. I'll put it in back chat. Send me a text real quick.
All right.
I want to make sure I got the right number. I'm not sure because I got a new phone. So here, I'll give you my number now.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I'm figuring out about these phones.
Well,
if you could find, you're best off having 2 phones, one in your name and the other one in some fake name.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because once you take that phone home and you go into your Wi-Fi, they'll just ping it. They'll know who you are. And not only that, vocal recognition with the quantum.
Well, now you said that, I guess it don't matter. Vocal recognition. I forget about that. Yeah, the vocal recognition. Damn.
Yeah, that's why when you don't have to say a word, and before you type anything in on your browser, it will pop up what you were thinking. It's not coincidence. We're all connected.
Man, we gotta break this technology.
Well, I think it might be just a little too late on that. But what needs to be done is we have to get control.
Yeah, I got your number saved, so.
All right. You got it in the back chat?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, text me real quick, and I'll make sure I'll lock that in because I've had a couple numbers for you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't talked to anybody, dude, since I've talked to you last on the phone. But yeah, give me a call, man. I'll have a conversation with you and fill you in on some shit. I'm just not gonna put everything out there anymore.
Yeah, I played a video earlier about the stuff they're hooking up in the cities and stuff.
What's that?
The guy was explaining it in the video. I'll play it again before I jump off.
All right. I want to see it.
Yeah,
hey, Dean, if you're still here, man, good to see you, Dean.
After this, I'm gonna jump off after this video, but check it out.
The weaponized system to the max right here. Y'all wanna know how it works? Look. Don't just freaking walk by these things. Look, be aware. You see these markings? These ain't graffiti. This is a coded grid system. And what you're looking at right here, this isn't for utilities. This is resonance tech. You got 4 lines, each with a circle right in the middle. That's a 4-pulse harmonic system. It's a rail. It's like a tuning fork etched into concrete. Every person that walks across it, they get scanned, realigned, and disrupted without ever knowing. Each of those circles, that's a frequency node. And those red verticals, that's a data stream. They're not pulling pipes, they're pulling patterns. Your breath, your pace, your aura. Now, look over here. This chalk that says PX2 COM2. Yeah, that's not random neither. That's internet node language. PX2 is a pulse exchange module. COM2 is a communications route. This sidewalk is officially coded for live human signal monitoring. You think it's just paint? It's a damn uplink. Now, look over here by the column. Same markings. Same markings. Stack triple digits. You got them everywhere. Here's your triples. This is a 4-pulse system where it continues into the route. Now, and this is where it tells you the danger is. Arc flash means this box sends bursts of energy, literal invisible discharges that can burn skin, knock you out, or even worse. But what they don't tell you is it also throws resonance pulses into the field. Not just physical danger, energetic disruption, guys. This is a weaponized tuning station disguised as a utility box. This is how they condition crowds. Pulse fear, control flow. It isn't science fiction. It's right here on our sidewalks, guys. And now you see it. I just walked you through a resonance trap hidden in plain sight. And I want you to see the resonance.
Charles, who is that guy?
I don't know. I gotta
You need to
find
find
more
that
out
out.
about him.
You do, man. Let me know who that is. I'd be very interested in checking his channel out.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Dude,
Who that guy is or what state he's in.
All that's tied into the digital twin, the wide body area network. Everything's connected, and that right there shows you that everything is ran off those biosensors, man. So once that work, okay. So the biosensors. This is how. As long as there's been an Apple Watch, that's how the Apple Watches work. Nobody stopped to question how do they operate, what do they run off of, how do they do this, how do they do that? Off the biosensors. They put it out there. The Fitbits, all that shit, man. Yeah. They ran off biosensors. They were already in our body. So you motherfuckers that don't believe in chemtrails, stay in Sleepyville, but you're half awake.
All right, everyone. Peace, Lonnie, and I'll text you when I get off of here, and I'll check
do that,
you guys tomorrow.
Hey, much love, everybody.
Probably.
All right. Bye.
Ew, I fucked up. I fucked up. I kicked myself out. But peace, everyone. I'll check you out tomorrow.